Hello to the internet. Hello internet. Welcome to another session of Return to the Dales.
Hey everyone, great to have you along. We are in the mines of Tethyamar. We have descended through a dwarven complex that was once the stronghold for the people of Tethyamar, who were an offshoot of the dwarves of Delzoon, themselves a successor state to the dwarves of Shanatar. We have come deep into this complex. We don't know if it goes much deeper. This seems to be the heart of the stronghold, and what a burning heart it is. Fueled by magma that flows up from the center of the world, the dwarves would not only mine but also refine and work with adamantine and mithril here. Adamantine requiring extremely high heat in order to forge, and mithril benefiting from extreme heat in the purification process. We found a pair of elevators that were malfunctioning due to some damage that they had suffered in previous centuries when orcs and ogres, goblins and trolls and who knows what else had besieged the area. A near infinite number of monstrous humanoids threw themselves against the dwarven walls, and their superior numbers eventually triumphed over the dwarves' own superior tactics and skill and defensive position. When they were outnumbered quite literally 100 to 1, it was probably inevitable that the dwarves would face defeat, and defeated they were. We are among the first individuals, perhaps the first, to make it this far, though we can't be certain because there is apparently a tunnel into the Underdark here that may indicate breaches by subterranean races, not the Drow least among them. But we have descended into this area, and having searched through the upper levels, the stronghold and the mine, we now find ourselves deep in the guts of the fortress, where the refinery was based. We broke in, deciding that it was going to be easier to tunnel our way through than go through a set of gates that were particularly difficult to surmount. And having entered this refinery area, we came across a dragon forged from an adamantine alloy, an adamantine dragon, if you will. It seems that the dwarves here had some knowledge of Warforged, for there were scraps of a Warforged Titan only a few score meters back, that was surrounded by the bones of countless monstrosities. So here we are now engaged in battle with this adamantine dragon, and we are yet to give it a single scratch. So it may be more than we are matched for, particularly now that Isabella seems reluctant to participate. Unless someone would like to control Isabella, since the player has left the campaign. Would anyone like to take over, or shall we rule that she is proving reluctant to provide any more assistance in this dangerous circumstance?
I can take control if we think we need it.
Very well. Control shall be yours, Carrick. Okay, so I'll hand over that control to Carrick, and we can then reanalyze the situation that we are in. Naturally flowing lava is going to prove lethal to us. It's quite bright in here thanks to the illumination that is being provided by the lava. Bright may be the wrong word, but there is at least some light, some illumination being provided by the red hot magma. Countless obstacles, which probably benefit us more than the dragon. Battlements and anvils hard enough to forge adamantine on, platforms and so on, though some of us, namely Lady Eleanor, find ourselves in precarious positions where we are outside of the protection of any sort of defense and are likely facing a particularly challenging situation against this creature, this mechanical monstrosity that represents the very best that dwarven technology has to offer. So, Finnick Longears, you find yourself quite close to the blisteringly hot furnace that is producing the magma. What are you going to do?
I'd like to cast Hunter's Mark on the dragon.
Very good. Dragon is marked.
And then I will... You don't have to post it unless you... Just move 30 there.
Okie dokie. This is a particularly solid piece of equipment. However, it's also shaped like a clothesline, an old hill-sized clothesline, and thus is narrow in the middle, with arms extending overhead. It's not one single rigid base. But in any case, you're behind or beside or atop the anvil, and the anvil is strong enough to work adamantine, so it must be quite resilient.
Okay. How high is the dragon? 60 feet, right?
The dragon, yeah, that's right. It's 60 feet in the air, which is the height of the roof. So, given that the dragon is about 15 feet tall, it probably is actually 45 feet. I might mark that down, since technically it's 60 feet in the air, but since the roof is only 60 feet and it's a big creature, it stands to reason that its feet are significantly lower than its backbone is.
Okay. So I was just going to have the dragon fly up 30 feet and take the dodge action.
Very good. So if you want to mark that on one of the little rings, and the blue or the green ring, it's a good way of keeping track of how high it is. Otherwise, you can just keep it in mind for yourself. Whatever system you prefer is fine. Do you have an action, Finnick, or are you dodging as well?
I thought Hunter's Mark was an action, or is that a bonus action?
I think it's a bonus, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is a bonus.
Okay. Then I will, for my action, I'll just take the dodge action.
Very good, very good. Okay. So Flightless.
Good time to mention. I think I'm on the wrong map. I'm on the elevator map.
Just scroll down.
Oh, is it scroll down?
Yeah, that's right. Just scroll down.
Oh, there we go. Flightless will start by using his insightful fighting on the dragon as a bonus action.
All right.
Eleanor isn't by it yet, is she?
No, I'm still standing on the ground.
Yeah, so insightful fighting. It needs to make a deception check.
Okay.
That's a good start to the fight.
The dragon, being a machine, is not particularly good at playing poker. Though some machines probably are pretty good at playing poker. Not this one.
Yeah, I think I'm going to spend my actual action to take my shield off and equip my bow.
Very good, very good.
And from last time, I remember three people had Bless, and I think that was me, Eleanor, and one other person.
Finnick, you wrote it in the chat.
Yeah, Finnick. So you three have Bless?
Good, very good.
Okay, that's my turn.
And Isabella, which is also you, Carrick.
She stood in the back there. Pistol has 30-foot range, so it's 60 feet up, so it's out of range.
It's 45 feet because of the size, but yeah,
I will have
60 feet up, but the body is 15 feet tall.
move here, take cover behind like the little rocks. This is 20
Alright.
feet up, isn't it?
That is 20 feet up, and these are battlements. So if you go prone, you'll be you won't be able to be seen. Whereas if you just crouch down, it'll provide 3/4 cover.
That's what we'll go for at the moment.
Very good, very good.
We'll go with mirror image this turn then.
Excellent choice. Lady Eleanor, you are not really in hand-to-hand combat with it since it is looming so far above you.
But I would like to be. So I'll, as a bonus action, cast Shield of Faith. And then as my action, let my luminous golden wings sprout from my back and fly up 30 feet.
Very good. So you're now 15 feet below the dragon, whose feet are at the 45-foot height.
Alrighty, that's it.
Alright. Artisan.
Right. I will take an action to doff my shield. And let's see, is there anything else I can do? Guess I'll cast Sanctuary on my Soul Defender.
Yes, very good.
And my Soul Defender, since that takes my bonus action, will take the dodge action.
Alright. Everybody dodging, nobody fighting.
I would be if I could reach it. Sadly, I can't.
The adamantine dragon rejuvenates its radiant breath.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. It flies over to this position and then blasts a line of radiant energy this way.
Oof.
And stack.
Power of AoEs.
Fortunately, the radiant breath is not as powerful as the dragon is itself, I suppose.
Would Isabella still get the 3/4 cover because she's on the corner?
Yeah, that's right. Probably half cover due to the elevation of the dragon. But that's going to help anyway, I think.
It's a +2 to dexterity saving throws.
Alright.
I was burning my inspiration, but wasted it.
Excellent. 33 radiant damage on a fail, 16 on a pass, which I don't think anyone does.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Yeah, 30 what?
That's why you don't stack. Don't stand so close to us. What makes an easy target?
The dragon is now around about 20 feet above, although its head is higher than that. It's roughly 20 feet above the ground.
How much damage? 33?
33 radiant.
New shield.
Which probably blasts another hole in this wall, including the one that we've already blasted ourselves. Yeah. Ha. Alright. Moog. Things are looking grim.
Yeah, just halved my hit points. I go flying underneath, like going up to it, screaming at it. dwarven insults.
You're just standing underneath it because it's still flying.
Well, yeah, if it's not on the ground.
Yeah, no, it's still flying 20 feet up.
Yep, that's where I go. Just holding my shield, taunting it to come down.
Annoyingly, Isabella has Earthbind but does not have it prepared.
Very
What does the
unfortunate.
ceiling look like, by the way?
Stone, solid stone. Yeah, probably fairly smoothly carved, covered with soot, but otherwise unremarkable. Finnick.
No.
Yep. Moog, is that the end of your go? Sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Finnick. Things are looking grim, but at least you are in a good position, assuming that being backed up against a river of magma can be considered good.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with it flying. Move 15. Use the bonus action to get the dragon to like do its 40 feet bonus action attack.
All right.
40 feet up. Does it need to go lower now, or is it still?
It's at 20 feet high, but the creature is 15 feet tall, so like anywhere between that 20 and 35 height will be vulnerable. But you try to bite it, and your teeth cannot possibly scratch the adamantine alloy. It's as if it's invulnerable to your attacks.
And then it's an action to like de-equip a shield, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
You use an action to de-equip my shield.
Very good. And you will be able to use your missile weapons next round. Flightless. Its tactics are quite simple and yet effective. How are you going to contribute to this?
Bonus action, take aim, and he'll launch now at it. From his hunting bow of the sky.
Very good. And that is a great strike. You do manage to find a weakness. What's the weak part of a metallic dragon?
Well, I see those like the bits between the like the plates. So maybe he's hit like some part of it. What's it? Because isn't that yellow stuff's important?
Yeah, good call. Good call. And between the segmented plates, you've fought enough giant scorpions and the like in your time to know where it's vulnerable.
12 damage to it.
And an insignificant amount of damage does little more than get wedged inside there, and the dragon certainly doesn't react.
My bad. Sorry.
Isabella's act is an interesting character, to say the least.
Got some juicy deets in the bio or something.
Excuse me?
Is there some juicy tidbits in the bio or something? Or do you mean her stats?
Stats? But anyway...
Can you conjure anything to fight it?
Excuse me?
Conjure something.
She has, like, less spells than she should. So I'm going to... I guess that's Flightless's turn, and then Isabella will shoot twice with her pistol.
Alright.
And I guess... Can the Drake use its like reaction to add like the 1d6 damage?
I think so. Yeah. I'm not sure of the rules for the Drake, but yeah.
Yeah. If you hit
at 21.
Close, but it bounces off its plating in spite of the accuracy of your strike.
And then she will second wind. Bonus action.
Alright. Okay, recovers from the and prepares herself for this most terrifying encounter.
Is the
And that's the end of her turn.
is the hallway down here? Does the ceiling get lower?
Ah, yeah, good point. It probably does. Yeah, there'd be no reason for it to be 60 feet high there, so it's probably 20 feet high, big enough for, and which is the dragon to be too. I could squeeze through there if it really wanted to, but yeah, it would be a very tight fit for such a massive creature. Okay, Lady Eleanor.
All right. Can I reach it? With my reach weapon, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 10-foot reach because the square. It's on this square here, so that will be effective.
Right. Well, just barely. Thank God for having a
Yeah,
reach weapon.
exactly.
And I'll start laying into it. Have bless, right?
Yes, you do.
Ready. I'm not sure where the bless toggle is for the attack, so I'll just roll it manually.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's not going to hit. I'll roll my 1d4 in case it helps. 16 to hit.
All right, and you clang against its plating, but in spite of your best efforts, you can do no more than damage your own weapon.
All right. 25.
25 is much better, and perhaps you've wedged your blade in there and pried open some of the vulnerable plates. Is it resistant to radiant? It is indeed, and so perhaps not surprisingly, a creature that functions on radiant energy is less vulnerable to that reaction, that chemical reaction, than a living creature might be. And again, the wound that you inflict is marginal at best.
All right. We're in a bonk.
And
On
a
my
bonk
turn.
and a clang, but nothing decisive. And it does look as if this creature may be beyond our capabilities.
hint, hint.
It's not meant to be a hint, but you can certainly take it as one. Absolutely. Artisan.
All right. I am going to take my short bow and blink once and blink again. There's a 21 hit.
21 will be just short.
Aw.
Adamantine is a very strong alloy, and even the most accurate of strikes can be deflected by its multiple layers of adamantine plating.
I'm going to just sit behind this wall.
That's
And my steel defender will
If you
get
this wall
closer on the other side.
is 20 feet up in the air, so going out through it will put you either on some scaffolding, which we probably didn't disassemble, or cause you to fall completely 20 feet off the edge of the ledge.
Oh.
Yar. Yeah, it's just 20 feet up, and wherever we did the mining, we would have left. I assume we left some scaffolding, but standing where you are means that you are literally, you'll be back down at the base of the elevated area.
How far do I have to go to be like behind the wall?
So as soon as you leave this area, you'll technically be behind the wall. I might put some scaffolding in, just like as a little marker, so that there's something definitive. a little staircase will... Oh, that didn't work. How about this? A little staircase. A little bit longer, a little bit longer. There we go. And I'll put that in. So that area marks the elevated platform. All right, the dragon. Engaged as it is with the steel defender, and not really having much in the sense of tactical nuance, with its radiant energy having not yet regenerated, it uses malevolent presence first of all. Any creature intelligence 4 or more that's been 30 feet of the dragon that has not already passed a check, and I don't think it's made a check yet, needs to make a DC 16 wisdom save.
Ooh.
Oh no. Is
Wisdom
everyone
save.
struggling enough already with this thing?
That first one was Isabella. The second one has Blessed.
Yeah, don't forget you have blast.
No advantage, but I still. And that's
Creature charmed in this way is fixated on another creature that the dragon chooses and must move as close and attack it. Gosh, that's brutal.
Melee attack specifically.
Drives them insane.
Yeah, Isabella failed. Flight this passed, even without all his bonuses.
All right. It then proceeds to rip. Yep.
I don't need to make a roll for it, thankfully.
Right.
How high is it?
DC is 16.
How high is in the air?
Oh, it's 20 feet up in the air. Its feet are 20 feet. Its head is 35 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot the Steel Defender is immune to charm.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it is a charm effect. So, if you're immune to charms, then you cannot be affected.
I don't think Isabella's in range though, because I'm 20 feet off the ground.
Yeah, so she's affected.
20 feet off the ground. But the creature is like 20 feet high at the base and 35 feet high at its top. So anywhere within that would be affected. If you can reach it with your blade, then you're certainly within the 30 feet.
I mean, my aura of devotion. I don't think it extends.
Right. No. That's my mistake. I was thinking you're very much affected. No, yeah. Your aura of devotion. That's right. Will not reach the ground. Yeah. All right. So it then proceeds to rip into the nearest target, which for now will be the Drake. Slashing with its claws. That'll hit the Drake. I assume a 17.
Yep.
Okay. And then again.
The first attack just kills it.
First attack kills it outright. All right. In that case, it will fly over to Eleanor. 28 will obviously hit. And but before it moves, it'll slap the steel defender with its tail.
Make a wisdom check.
All right. And it is not particularly wise, so it keeps its tail to itself and moves in to scratch at Eleanor with a savage blow. And its mouth begins to rise up with heat, the intensity of that radiant energy emanating from behind the grill. Once again, we are our instincts are to flee, but we bottle those up at least for now and continue our assault and on this complex. Moog
starts thinking with this.
You passed your charm check, did you?
No.
Aha. Alright.
Moog made a 4 on the charm check.
No good. I didn't think you did.
No, I didn't know I had to, but I will. Like, it's cool.
Alright, so
Do my
I
attack.
Yep.
Yes, you must move to a target of the dragon's choosing and attack.
The dragon will, if the steel defender's on the ground, it'll choose the steel defender. Is the steel defender on the ground?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Alright, so Moog, go for the steel defender.
Awesome. I guess I'm attacking the steel defender with my cool warhammer.
Here we go.
I think it's just a single melee attack.
And
Each
that hit.
return, use its action to make a melee attack. Yeah, only a single melee attack. Yeah. You
14.
cave the steel defender's head in for 14 points of damage.
Am I using both my attacks or just one attack?
Just one, apparently. It says make a melee attack, so yeah, the implication is a single one.
How long am I charmed? Am I still charmed until duration? Or
That's a good question. Yeah, end of your turn, so you can make a fresh check now.
so I'm good. So I'm recovering my senses, I guess.
Yeah, you can make a check now, and we'll see how you go. Yeah.
So I can do a know your enemy.
Aha.
It takes 1 minute.
Can I get?
Oh, it takes a minute, unfortunately.
Okay.
We have not been here for a minute yet.
Okay. Well, I start that process.
Very good.
I can't hit him.
Yeah. So you're able to make your wisdom check if at the end of your turn.
Oh, I have to make it again.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's right. You make a
Okay,
fresh saving throw. Yeah, fresh save. That's
Okay,
right.
cool.
Doesn't break out automatically. No, and the battle continues.
Okay, cool.
Finnick, the dwarf has gone mad, or perhaps he intended to betray us all along. It's not clear.
I will use my action to get the new dragon back. Using a spell slot.
Ah, very good.
Seeing as I could put it like anywhere within 30 feet, could I just have it in the air, flying already, or do I have to put it on the ground?
I don't think you have to put it on the ground. Like, yeah, I guess you could put it anywhere, I think.
I don't remember it having to be on the. It's a spot you choose, I think.
Yeah, I'd say that. I don't think that they'd specify it has to be on the ground. That'd be pretty unusual.
And then I'll just bonus action get the Drake to do its attack.
Very good. Okay, and it gets a grip on the adamantine dragon, but cannot harm it. And not for the first time do we begin to worry about our lives in this dangerous situation.
And Flightless will take aim, arrow. Oof.
Big oof. It's not what you want to see right now.
I guess that's his turn.
Alright.
What's the target for Isabella? She was charmed.
The target for Isabella shall be Eleanor.
I don't think she can reach me.
I can't reach Eleanor. And I can't reach the Drake.
She can reach the Steel Defender.
Can she not reach? No, she can't. Like she potentially could, Yeah, but she's only flying like 20 feet high, and Isabella's 20 feet up in the air. If she had a reach weapon, she could reach her. She jumped, she could probably reach her. I guess go for flightless. He's in a hardened position.
She can't go that. I mean, as close as possible. Use her action, so that would dash her.
Yeah.
Next to me.
Yeah.
Not to attack.
Yeah, that's right. So it must move as close as it can, so that'll be taking the dash action in this case. Yeah.
And then she saves.
Ah, good. And she snaps out of it.
Not. Oh, she does snap out of it.
Very good. Flightless. No, Isabella, Lady Eleanor.
Alright,
Eleanor, you need to
Guess
do
I'll-
some damage.
yeah, I want to, but it's very hardy, this thing. Let's see. See if I can. A 19.
You have
19 will
bless
not be
or you-
enough.
Oh, alright, of course, bless. I forgot about that. A 22?
22 is the magic number.
Alright, and it might be resistant to radiant damage, but I'm gonna
It
smite it
is.
anyway. Wait, hold on.
Could I use the dragon's reaction to add the 1d6 to that attack?
Absolutely. If it has not already used it, maybe has it already used it?
No, I just brought it back to life.
Very good. You're absolutely.
What is the 3d8? There it is. So 20 radiant, which we take it to 10, and then 6 for my actual attack, and then 12 slashing.
And then 1d6 as well.
Oh yeah, and then 1d6, was it fire damage?
Yeah, fire damage.
Not bad. So I think that's, what is it, total? 25 total, I think.
Not bad. It finally looks like it might be getting scratched. As you rip off some of the plates and expose the clockwork mechanics underneath its neck.
Alright, I'm gonna take another attack. That's not gonna hit even with bless. And then a bonus attack. It might hit with bless. A 21.
It is close, but unfortunately the plates seem to smooth back out to cover the vulnerable clockworks just in time to deflect your otherwise accurate strike.
Alrighty. It's me.
Okay, Artisan. Mr. Artisan.
I was muted. I'm going to
Aha.
zip around once more and loose 2 arrows at it.
Okay.
Not much use when my enemy's not on the ground.
Bing.
Of course.
Your arrows break upon impact and rain down like so much confetti.
Back inside.
The adamantine dragon has chosen its target in Lady Eleanor. And without its ability to get back its radiant energy, it simply rips at her. So it's 21 hit. Lady Eleanor, 21 will miss, won't it? Not muted.
Disconnect.
Right, yeah, sirloin sometimes drops. I'm pretty sure 21 does not hit, as I
But
recall.
I'm pretty sure 26 does.
I'm pretty confident 26 will. And then it slaps its tail at who's this? I can't really. Oh, that's the
Dragon.
the dragon. Yeah. So it will slap the drake with its tail, giving it a thorough clobbering, which again knocks it back into the world from which it was summoned.
I know it's got 40 HP total. It was just damaged on the start for the last hit.
Ah, I see. I was wondering why it was so vulnerable. So thanks for correcting me. Moog, you are still caught up in La La Land. The Steel Defender remains your prime enemy.
Your battle will be legendary.
Huh. Man versus machine.
But
Warhammer
has been
to-
speaking well. I think the Steel Defender had Sanctuary on it.
Oh yeah,
It
good
does.
call. Yeah, so you'll have to make a Wisdom save, Moog, to be able to attack it.
To be able to attack it.
Yeah, it has Sanctuary, and to attack something with
Okay.
Sanctuary, you need to pass a Wisdom saving throw each time you try to
I-
strike. And you've done it this
Cool.
time! Congratulations!
I burned the wrong.
Very good. So that's 13 points of damage on the Steel Defender, and now at the end of your turn, Moog, you can make a fresh saving throw against the dragon.
Wow, after that one, let's go 20.
Come on!
Yeah.
That's yes! You are permanently charmed. You shall forever be a slave to the dragon now. Alright, that's how this works, I'm pretty sure, Finnick.
I just got back. I had to step away for a moment there.
Okay. We're saying it.
Oh, okay.
Does a 21 hit you?
No, it does not.
But a 26 probably does.
It does.
17 damage.
Ow.
Brutal.
And a con save as well.
Yes, a con save. 17 that'll do it. That's gonna be enough. Alright, Finnick. You are positioned underneath the dragon, more or less, but this does not have a soft underbelly for you to target.
Move. Trying to get like 9. Oh, there, that's not 9. And I'll take 2 short bow shots at it.
Alright.
Bing, bing.
But the adamantine plating is far too strong for your simple arrows, and they break upon impact without the dragon even seeming to notice that you're attacking.
And then just bonus action Dragon Bite.
The dragon has latched on this time. It rips into the clockworks and begins to melt some of the internal mechanisms, and it's actually quite an effective little bite.
Well,
Isabella is about to destroy you when she snaps out of it.
he's like, he thought like this was some sort of Zentan plot, but apparently not. So he will, he'll launch magic missile from his bow, and you do some damage.
Very
I'm
good.
not missing again. No sneak attack damage on the magic missiles.
Excellent.
So 13 points of damage against the dragon.
Okay, the dragon has no particular vulnerability nor resistance to force. So did you say 13?
Yeah, 13.
Brilliant. And you blast away yet more of its plating, and the dragon is weakening around the neck, since that's where the majority of the injuries have been targeting so far.
Isabella will 40 feet back here, and then shoot the dragon twice with the pistol again.
Alright. Boo boo!
Yeah.
Is she blessed?
Isabella is not blessed.
Alright, well the first one will strike, the second one will ricochet just a little.
It's 11 damage.
Okay. Isabella's decisive strike hits one of the hydraulics, and it begins to leak a superheated fluid that drips down or pours out with like a stream, a jet stream of magma, and it looks at last as if this adamantine dragon may be less than invincible.
So it's high HP, but like not a lot of HP. High AC, but not a lot of HP. That makes me feel a bit better about this fight.
Ah. God, could I add the dragon's damage to that crit?
I
Not
think
100%
so.
ever? I'm just trying to remember if I did
I
it this
think
round.
you can.
When did you
with an
last
attack?
act? Yep, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so when you see another creature hit with an attack,
Yeah, I last used it on Lady Eleanor's turn and then went back around to mine, so I think I haven't used it.
Yeah,
5
that sounds
damage.
right to me. All right. The dragon crunches down on the cogs that it had already exposed, and the neck starts to flail around flimsily, like a broken arm. Lady Eleanor, this thing is not invincible after all.
So it would seem I'm starting to lose a lot of blood, however, but it is laying into me and seemingly ignoring the rest of the party, which is what I want.
Yeah.
And I can't afford to go down here right now. So my body glows with radiant energy, and in just a few seconds, all of my gaping wounds knit and close as if I was never injured to begin with, as I recover 35 hit points.
Oh, you're doing just fine.
And then, can I do anything special with my bonus action? I think I can. Can't do the bonk because I need to attack to be able to do that. So yeah, that'll be it. That'll be my turn. Recover all
Okay.
of my hit points, basically.
Artisan. Just what it looked like is this. There would be no chance of survival. It seems as if we're going to get out of this after all.
I'm going to cast Fairy Fire at, I guess, the ceiling where it's at.
All right. All right. Well, that yeah, you can get it without hitting anyone. I don't think, as long as you cast it high enough, that'll be fine. Now dragon. Ooh,
Shield
DC
Defender's
15.
going to put some distance between him and Moog.
Excellent. So if the DC is 14, it will be able to blow the fairy fire away with the beating of its wings.
Asshole.
Okay. The dragon then continues to ravage its target, which is for the moment. Dragon isn't flying. It can also make an attack with its wings, right? But it is flying, so it can't.
To get its breath back.
Yeah, thank you for that. I had remembered, then I'd forgotten. It does not quite, but it looks like it is heating up significantly. Scratching and scratching on Eleanor, but this time not breaking through. And flailing around with its tail again into the Drake. And it clobbers the Drake again for a colossal 21 damage.
Ouch.
Moog, your target shall be flightless.
God. Not good.
Sorry, buddy. Hopefully I miss.
you do.
Hey.
And a wisdom save as you seek to recover your own will. But no, the temptation of Kentucky Fried Chicken is just too great.
Bane of fighters, wisdom save.
Indeed. Miss Longears.
Cool. You will shoot 2 short bow shots.
Wow.
Those are accurate.
Oh, and
13 and 11. Can you use Hunter's Mark multiple times? You can, right? Like, it affects every time, is that right? Anyone know?
I'm pretty sure
It's not like
don't
Sneak
know.
Attack, which is only once a round.
Yes, I'm doing a description.
Until the
yes,
spell
yes,
ends, whenever you hit. Yeah. Yeah, so 13 and 9, or rather 13 and 11 actually. It's 24. These strikes are really beginning to cause it to get vulnerable. Cogs are starting to fall out. Mechanisms and springs are unloading. The radiant energy of the furnace that burns within the chest of this machine is visible. It looks like it can't take much more of this punishment, and what seemed to be an insurmountable foe is looking like its destruction is imminent.
And then I will throw the bonus action Dragon Bite.
Very good. The dragon is really performing now. Okay, so it's locked onto those cogs and it's just not letting go, ripping them out, and the whole mechanical creature begins to sway as it starts to lose power. The light within its jaws is flickering, as if dying, and flightless. You are under tremendous pressure. I guess you are a bit disadvantaged if you use a ranged weapon in melee. Is that when there's someone within melee? I think that's how it works, right?
Would he get attack of opportunity if I move away from him?
Sure will. Yeah.
Action disengage, and can I go on the diagonal, like onto the stairs? Or
Yes, no. So I don't know if any of that works. But...
Yeah. Then again, I don't know if you do actually have to. You're charmed. The creature can repeat ending the effect of saving throw. Creature charmed in this way, fix on another creature, and must on each of its turns. So it doesn't say that you have to use your reaction to attack it. It's a bit of a rules lawyering thing, but there says nothing about needing to use your reaction. So.
Okay, I guess anyway, just disengage to this party. So even if it would, I guess that might fix it.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's like a good tactical move without metagaming.
And then I'll just attack it with my bow, but I don't have advantage.
No, but you are at least within 5 feet of an ally, but it's 19 is not going to do it.
That is my turn.
Isabella, you are severely wounded, having been blasted by the superheated radiant energy. But all glory shall be yours if you can finish this thing off.
With 2 pistol shots. I can get to the right character sheet.
Very good.
Isabella just wants to get this.
We'll throw the infused strike on top of that crit as well.
Excellent choice. 14, total of 19. And it stumbles and its eyes flicker and the radiant energy dies down, but then flares up again as if some level of reserve power is the only thing keeping it aloft.
One Eleanor. I think it has 1 hit.
I'll try. Got 3 attacks. Alright, first attack. Might hit with Bless.
You could hit with Bless.
It
Brings
does.
it down.
Alright.
And it crashes down into the ground heavily, landing with such tremendous weight that it causes cracks in the stone floor. Moog snaps out of his hypnotic daze, and we're left in a hot, humid, stinky dwelling, feeling probably quite satisfied with ourselves, since what had seemed to be impossible has been defeated without a single casualty.
I like to think that I flew above it and then stabbed my halberd down into it, and its wings lost functionality at that point.
Nice.
It falls to the ground with me on top of it, pinning it to the ground.
That's great. That's like truly a dragon slaying move.
I'll hop off of it.
And I guess on the slightly less heroic side, I guess Isabella takes this opportunity to leave as we are distracted.
Yeah, perhaps. Although the value of the adamantine is probably so high that she would suggest stripping it before she goes.
I was thinking because like our loyalties are suspect at best, maybe just going to fort. Because I know this isn't good for our group, but it probably makes sense for her to go back to the Fort Sandford and just tell what happened here.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. Yeah. So she gives the order to strip a dragon of its adamantine, but insists that she needs fresh air. And so she is going to go up to the surface, where she will await your return. But she demands that an equal portion of all profits shall be hers, including any future profits that you might find. Do you agree to her demands, or is she forced to stick around to make sure that you meet her demands?
30%?
She didn't. She disagrees, and remains here to watch that she gets her fair share.
How much adamantine is in the dragon? Because that's a mighty bit.
2,000
Yeah.
pounds, but it takes a significant amount of time to mine it.
Guys, if we didn't have enough adamantine already.
Right?
Yeah.
We have to defend it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it, but we're not out of here with it.
Yeah, and just carrying that amount of weight is a real ordeal. Thousands of pounds. A bag of holding only carries like, I think, what do we work out, like 500 or something?
500. Yeah.
Both of them are already full of mithril and adamantine.
Exactly. So we may have to leave the entire thing.
I could call in dwarven backup.
Mm.
Get a message.
And we can always forge here what's off the dragon.
Just
Yeah,
fly
absolutely.
plates
Why
off
would
of
we
it.
leave? Stay down here. Fortify this area and nice and cozy.
Any doors I can put arcane lock on.
Well, there would have been a door, but there's a permanent door now in the form of a hole in the wall.
Mending's not going to fix that.
Moog's a mason and a carpenter for this
True.
type of stuff.
Yeah, so you can brick it up essentially.
Yeah,
Well,
depending on how
before we
much time we
celebrate-
spend here. To repair the walls.
Well, before we celebrate too much, let's ensure that there's nothing else lurking around here. There's still several passages in the darkness that I can see that we have yet to explore.
I'm doing a 1d10.
Yes.
Second win to get some hit points back.
Absolutely.
That's why I roll big.
Now we need it.
May
So you might not have noticed, you might not even be able to see, but there's a lot of steam down here in the bottom area. And it seems like some kind of pressure well is constantly spewing out water, and that water is superheated, turning itself into steam that hisses out constantly, coming out belchingly. Rather than just being a single jet, it comes out in pulses of a super hot steam.
Take a look without getting too close to the steam.
I'd like to equip his shield again.
Excellent.
I equip my shield too as well.
Good idea.
Thank
So the
you.
heat causes you to, no problems. The heat causes you to sweat pretty extensively, Eleanor and Moog, but as long as you keep your distance, it's not likely to burn you. In fact, even entering into the steam itself is not likely going to be hazardous. It's only the boiler itself. If you were for some reason to touch the boiler, you'd likely discover it is as hot as a hot plate. And if any of that water were to leak out under pressure, it could spray you with some superheated water that would give you a wet burn.
Sounds like something Pyro can go look at later.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll leave that
We
path
gotta
for now.
check the tunnels behind us, the rooms to the north.
Yeah, there's loads of
Yeah.
rooms and tunnels.
I
before we,
inspect these chains
Go ahead.
and see what they're made of.
The which, sorry?
The chains that were semi-holding the dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, just made of iron, but the entire platform is solid and strong. Yeah, it's a manufacturing plant that's got to be durable enough to be able to work with adamantine and mithril, but by the same token, it doesn't look like as if they've wanted to use the adamantine and mithril on anything that they don't have to.
What's in here?
Down the bottom? Oh, okay, in there. Right. That looks like a final defense position. So perhaps this is like a fortress within the fortress. Maybe it's like a headquarters or something like that. Because if you had some soldiers, then placing them here would be a very effective tactic. You could assail invaders like yourselves, and it would be very difficult to strike back at any defenders within this strong point.
Is the door open?
The door is not open, but it looks like it will open outwards towards you. There are a couple of rings on it, but no handles per se, just a pair of really large rings.
Do I grab them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it locked or is it not
Just,
bulging, or is it...
just heavy. So make an athletics check. Almost got it, but not. Oh, sorry. Did you say guidance, Artisan?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So Artisan's intervention, his not so much as his assistance, but rather his advice, is what causes you to at last yank it open. And you're looking into a darkened room that has what might have once been a shrine to a dwarven god, Meraden probably, but maybe Clandegan. Many of the dwarven gods are kind of similar, gods of the forge, gods of war, gods of fatherhood and protection, and so on. But whichever god this once represented, if it was in God indeed and not some religious or authority figure, whoever it once represented, it has since been warped and defaced. there is a number of strange additions that have been made to it, strange carvings to make it less dwarven and more monstrous. Among the most prominent of the alterations is the complete removal of the face, which has been replaced by a single eye as large as its head. And no sooner have you started to look upon this statue when you begin to get malevolent waves of energy that roll over you, or almost like almost like a kind of psychic impulse. And everyone who can see it, which is by the look of basically everyone, has to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's awesome.
Ha!
Look at that. 24.
24 is fine. So you can look upon this desecrated shrine and stare at it for as long as you like.
16.
It is 18.
16 is good enough. 14 is not. And those of you who who fail,
Wait, is it like a magical effect?
it is.
Something
It's
gives,
a hypnotic effect.
Okay, because the shield gives advantage. I forgot about that.
Ah, very good.
Don't forget that everyone within 10 feet of me has +3 on their saving throw.
Ah, that will make the difference. So only, in this case, only Artisan will be affected, and he will be affected as if by the hypnotic pattern spell, so he will be stunned for a minute while the rest of you can act normally.
Can I... Clang it in was Moog's god, so can I smash the abomination with my hammer? The whatever the eye thing is, or whatever.
Brilliant. So you deliver a decisive strike against this defaced entity, and the instant that you do, you make psychic or telepathic, perhaps, contact with some distant entity not of this world, and it promises you power. It promises you good fortune. It promises you success in all avenues of your life. You will be more successful as a warrior. You will be more popular with women. You will be a more forceful personality, and power will be given to you immediately. All you need to do is to accept it.
Well, seeing that he came out of the hammers of Morgan, so Moradin, that doesn't appeal to him, and
Yeah,
I hit it again.
very good. And bash, 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 bash. You smash it enough times with enough force that it is eventually reduced to naught but rubble.
Dark
Say
magic,
I-
that is.
I must say I approve of you smashing such a vile idol. I swear I felt some waves of lethargy, or perhaps curiosity. I'm not sure how to describe it. Flowed over me when I looked at that thing, but I was able to resist it.
He told me I'd have everything I'd ever want.
It spoke to you?
It did.
And what did you
After
say?
the first hit, I struck it again.
Ha, a fitting answer.
Can I try to identify the mark to see if it has any association with any groups or gods?
You'll be at disadvantage since it has been thoroughly destroyed.
Just a 9, because I was thinking maybe Isabel bent over to one of his lessons.
Yeah, not gonna work.
Since I'm incapacitated, my Still Defender can take whatever action it wants. Can it take its action to get me out of my stupor?
Not it tries, but that's not how. Oh no, it is how hypnotic pattern works. Yeah, no, as long as you've got an action to wake someone up, then you can revive them. So yeah, you come back to the to consciousness, and you discover that the statue has been reduced to rubble.
Could I try to
He
look at
wishes to
the?
make her put more wisdom points into him.
Sure.
Could I try to
Long
look
ears?
at the eye
Yep.
to describe what it is? If it's like
Absolutely.
one of my favorite enemies, I might get advantage.
Excellent, excellent. It's an aberration, so I'm not sure if that will help you in any way.
Probably not. Just orcs and goblins and stuff.
Cool. So a disadvantage, maybe a religion or a history, or there you go. And yeah, it's no deity that you're familiar with, but whatever it was not of this world.
Most disturbing.
Blasphemous.
An appropriate term. There is a grinding noise coming from this area here behind this door. Grind, clink, 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 clink. Doom.
The
It
elevator.
goes silent for a while. It does sound a lot like the elevator. The other 3 doors are silent.
From the map, it looks like it is the elevator gear.
Good point. Yeah, you've got a map, so that's a good consultation.
Perhaps we'll try one of these side doors. This one, perhaps.
All right, you open up that door, and this is the room that Moog looked into earlier, the Bastion. One thing that he didn't notice that's much more clear now that you get in there and have a look is that the remains of dwarves are in here. They still wear their armor, they still clutch their crossbows, they have rusted weapons beside them, but they are certainly long dead.
I assume more of the same opening this door.
Yeah, that door is identical. More bodies, more crossbows, more rusted weapons and armor.
And myself and my Still Defender search inside for anything of value with the dead.
Rusted armor, rusted crossbows. Oh, well, crossbows aren't rusted, but warped crossbows, rusted armor, dwarven skulls. Nothing of particular value, given that over the course of a couple of 100 years, they've pretty much deteriorated.
Same for the other side?
Yeah, that's right.
And on the map, it shows that there's a corridor here, I think. So I guess it's hidden. Like here.
What's this door?
This door.
To
Yep.
the gear room, looks like.
That door opens up into it opens up into a set of quarters that look like there's an old couch here, some old scripts, a few stone tablets that are of a religious nature, but they've been smashed, like the dwarven. The Dwarven Bible, if you will, although it's been smashed and desecrated and otherwise damaged. But you do find some stone tablets that still seem to have that have not been damaged, and I'll share them with you. I'll go AFK for a minute or two. I'll keep myself on. I'll still be able to hear, but I'll mute myself. And they are described as the decrees of the priest king. I'll be right back.
I wonder if the prophecy actually came through or not.
My god. Officially sanctioned cannibalism.
Madness.
Yeah.
This is a mad priest king.
I suppose several years of isolation might do that.
Morden's seven. What are they?
The Morden salmon is the dwarven pantheon.
Oh, look at that. That's who that god was.
Barry's Dune.
That was the god that of the Mad King priests.
And whose idol you smashed, no doubt.
Where he's the one that drove the priest kings crazy.
Ah. It says here that when the construction of the adamantine dragon, which we have just defeated, is complete, the prophecy will come to pass and that society will be liberated.
Any word not
Liberated
spoken.
from life.
It would seem that that prophecy did not come to pass.
That is a Mad King.
No doubt about it.
He lost favor with Morden salmon. That's in his madness.
He speaks here about the new capital of Tethyamar. So perhaps there's another settlement deeper within the Underdark. Not that I would know where it is. And it likely has met the same fate as this place. What lie beyond this door? This one.
That's another door.
So did you open this southern door? Is that what you were talking about?
This one here.
Yes. It leads to the elevator room as predicted by Artisan.
Ah, yes. Just loops around, I see. Lilas, did you mention something about the map?
Yeah, there looks like there's a corridor here, if I'm reading the map correctly.
Perhaps it is hidden. There have been many things that is hidden.
Can I see if I can find any like hidden buttons or levers or panels that can be pulled aside?
Yeah, you have advantage since you know what you're looking for. You know to expect something there.
You will also cast guidance because I know my luck.
Excellent.
30. Apparently I don't need it this time.
Excellent. So it would appear that this door is operated through magnets. Polarized magnets hold it in place, and when you push the door in one direction, the magnet will unclick and then flow the other direction. So you push it down, south if you will, and then it will roll north after pushing it south. Click and then roll.
That's a pretty fancy little door.
Pretty fancy little door.
He looked at it and was like, are we going this way?
Let's leave that for now and explore the other tunnels and rooms.
I guess he'll mark it with a piece of chalk.
Excellent.
Because I want to finish the dungeon, I've got some ideas, but like I've got some like way out of like grand ideas for like this dungeon, but like I think I've got a good idea for this bit.
What's this door?
That door looks a lot like the big one that opened up into the shrine room. It has the same kind of rings that are pulled outwards towards you, but no other way of opening it besides the rings.
Athletics?
Yeah, that's right.
Be sure to check for traps at this one, because it looks like there's a lot of rooms that could probably be booby trapped.
Is there anyone giving assistance or guidance, or is he doing it by himself?
I'd probably, if he's struggling, I'd offer to take one ring while he pulls the other ring.
Very
I can
good.
help him with the guidance.
Alright, perfect. And that yanks the door open, revealing a corridor that leads to another set of doors that appear to open the same way.
Okay, well this is definitely a trap.
I don't trust this corridor. Is it cool? How tall is this bit here?
20 feet up.
With the climb speed, could I just climb to the top of there?
With ease. Straight over the
I'm
battlements.
just going to climb up this way and have the dragon fly up.
Yeah, sure. And there is a corridor, a set of stairs that lead higher. Well, no, they must lead down, actually. No, you're in the elevated position, and those stairs will lead down towards a corridor.
If we go into that secret tunnel, we don't have to go through this corridor because it just loops up there. If you look at the Tethyamar map.
Is that right? Perhaps that would be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we doing? Climbing up?
I think either we climb up or we take that secret passage if it truly leads to the same place. Before we do either, though, there was a passage back this way. Do we want to check that first?
Sure, let's do that.
I guess just out of curiosity, what are these like little boxes?
Where are you?
They're just in the trap deck, well, the we presumed trap.
Right. I guess it'll take an investigation roll, or maybe a perception since you're doing it from a distance.
21,
Yeah,
21
brilliant.
vision.
They how to describe it? They are a series of slots, like as you can see, small boxes, probably only a few inches in width, but boxes maybe 9 inches by 9 inches, but about 2 or 3 inches deep. And within the center of those boxes is a small purple crystal. So the entire thing is lined with crystals, and those crystals seem to be angled at different directions. So rather than just being a box with a crystal in the middle of it, rather the boxes are tilted so that some are aimed up and some are aimed down and some are aimed across and they're so on and so forth. Yeah, so that they they're angled so that they point in all directions.
Yeah, I think Phoenix hit the nail on the head with that one.
Mm-hmm.
What's in here?
We're seeing the group believe like he's going to follow along with them. It's an interesting puzzle for maybe.
Where's this stuff? Is this anything?
Sorry, what was that, Red?
Is this anything?
Let's see.
They look like the prisons, if anything.
Yeah, that's right. They look like there's a series of doors, cells, if you will. Those cells probably in the monastic sense rather than the dungeon sense, a place for monks to live. Yeah, a whole series of doors, like maybe they're closets or something like that. They could be closets, but the fact that there's so many of them, who needs 10 different broom closets, honestly? So cells is a good predictor. In any case, they're doors, and they could probably be yanked open relatively easily.
Well, I guess like eventually they served as the pantry as well.
I guess they did.
I'll start opening doors from down here and out.
Excellent. So when you open one door, they all open, and we roll for initiative as dwarven skeletons start stumbling out.
Well,
I really want to open these up individually, but I think I'm going to have to.
Flightless was not prepared.
Yeah, don't move. Remain where you are, where you were, because as soon as the doors open, the skeletons stumble out.
I had been in the bathroom when everyone moved
There's
up.
2 articles.
Fair enough, man.
I like this dungeon.
Huh, good.
many skeleton.
So many. All the skeletons. Alright, so I've officially deleted the doors. I shall now roll for initiative. Yeah, dwarven skeletons. They have rusty armor, rusty shields, so they're probably better equipped than skeletons in the average graveyard. But whether or not they are stronger or not remains to be seen. Okay, Moog, you might have to add your initiative manually if you didn't have your thing.
Didn't have it clicked.
Yeah. So
Usually
do it again. Click your dude. Roll it afresh, but use the first one. You can manually change it by clicking on the number and changing whatever you roll back down to 7.
so click it on the number on the initiative here.
That's right. Yeah, in the actual initiative tracker, click the 14, and that's it. You got it. Finnick. So these doors open, and dwarven skeletons start to stumble out.
Cool. I suppose I'm going to fall back and say we should probably hold. Where else? It's difficult terrain to go through someone, right? Doubles
Yes.
30 feet to get there. 10, 20, 30.
You
Yep.
Push them in the fire.
Good idea. Do you take an action, Finnick? Dash, perhaps?
I was just checking how much movement I had.
Excellent.
And I will hold my action to stab anything that comes into range and get the dragon to fly behind me and do the same. Or to bite any skeletons that get into range.
Cool.
Copy me.
Alright, who's up next?
Me, by the looks of it. I'll step back just a little bit and call out to Moog to retreat so we can hold this choke point against so many enemies.
Ha! I'll be right behind you.
Of course, I don't know that the skeletons are going to act before he does.
He act before I do, so we're gonna have some sad Kenku noise.
Yeah,
I'd say.
so I'll
Steel Defender.
hold
Oh,
here
sorry, Eleanor?
intending to.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll just hold here intending to block this corridor. People retreat past me. If
Very
that's the
good.
intention. Since I can attack with my reaction automatically, I'm gonna use my action to dodge instead.
Okay. The Steel Defender.
I don't know why it selected my Still Defender instead of me when I rolled
Good
on
question.
my card. That's fun. I guess I won't block his retreat, and I will put my Still Defender right here. And take a
Alright.
dodge action.
Sacrificial robot. And as predicted, the skeletons start pouring out en masse. Okay. So, with the Steel Defender intervening, they target him just as a matter of practicality, not tactically. Just he's the first one that gets in their way. He wouldn't still. His sanctuary, would be gone by now, no doubt. So
He is dodging now, so disadvantage on
good
attack.
call. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the defender. Should be an axe. It says a sword. Doesn't really matter. 16 is the 2 16s. Will they hit?
Yes, so 6 damage.
So 6 damage. These two will be on flightless. 16 and 13.
Guess you'd have like
And
throw the shield behind as like parries like the one in front with his rapier.
very good.
Best as Eleanor taught him.
And the ones that surround Mo, who bear down upon him, his distant ancestors are getting some unholy revenge. 10, 17, 6, 10, and 8. So the 17 might hit.
Yeah, 24.
Didn't think it would be even close. And so these brittle weapons scratch you, the axes and the hammers and so on, but without the force of dwarven muscle behind them, the blows are quite feeble, and the weapons have deteriorated over time, meaning that their only real strength is their numbers. Flightless.
He will thrust out at the one to his left with his rapier as he disengages like south with his bonus action.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I could have taken an attack
Noblesse,
of opportunity.
21.
It's too late now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do it, Eleanor. I was thinking that you could as well, and then it slipped my mind. I was going to mention it. Yeah, 16 one.
I suppose it really matters which attack.
Probably not.
5 slashing.
Yeah, and you crack one of their skulls, but they keep coming anyway.
Alright.
Alright, flightless. Yeah, so you stick your rapier into one. Your weapon seems to be highly ineffective. 16, but it is halved because they are resistant to your piercing and slashing. Oh no, they're vulnerable to bludgeoning, which is not the same thing. So yeah, you break the spine of one, but there are many more where they came from.
Unfortunately, it would have to be the one next to Eleanor. Actually, never mind. With the Steel Defender. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. Alright, Moog, you are surrounded by undead dwarves, an abomination of your living history.
So can I use my repose
Yes.
on this guy? Because he tried to hit me, and my goal is to try to get in the cell, so I can only fight one at a time.
Very good
so I'm gonna
tactics.
touch this guy, and so I just want to use my repose against his first attack on me.
Sure.
As one of my things, and hopefully I hit. That probably doesn't hit.
Unfortunately not. The dwarven armor holds up to your glancing blow.
So I'm going to then try to hit him again, and if I hit, I don't know, do I need is it a trip or some kind of tactic where I can pull him out and get into the cell? I don't know how that would
Yeah,
work.
we'll use trip to kind of exchange positions. You'll still provoke attacks of opportunity from the other ones, but it's probably worth it. That's more like it.
So then I use my die of one of my superiority dies. So that's 20, the 18, so the 26 damage
Absolutely
to that one.
destroy it. Yeah, completely. Cause it to crumble.
Then I come in here. Well, I can swing again. So I swing at this guy then.
Okay.
and then I'll use my movement as getting into that room.
Very good.
And
Clobbering. Double damage with your warhammer, causes it to shatter into pieces, and their feeble strikes at you amount to nothing.
so then I just go in here and let them come one on one.
Good tactics. Finnick, you are likewise quite safe in your position behind a wall of feathers and steel.
I suppose I will take my action to de-equip my shield.
Okay.
Shield just going off.
On off, on off.
On off. And do I have like the dragon like flying like here?
Yeah, the hallway is while only 10 feet wide, it's 20 feet tall, so the dragon can fly over our heads.
Actually, I'll just leave the dragon back here, and then that'll just both take the dodge action. That'll be my turn.
No problems, Lady Eleanor, you're at the front line.
You'd think that I'd be able to do bludgeoning damage with the hammerhead on my halberd, but apparently not.
Apparently not.
I guess I'll start with the one that I injured initially. Well,
But its armor holds up to your close quarters strike.
apparently a halberd's not very ideal for these kind of cramped conditions.
No. Every time you try to swing it, you end up butting flightless instead, or just getting distracted by the bow shots behind you. It's just not enough room to maneuver.
Yeah, the
bonk,
bonk, however, is this is bludgeoning damage as well. So
Good call. That'll do. And you smash it and fracture its skull, but don't break it completely. Dwarven skulls are notoriously thick.
Is it okay if I add the dragon damage to that one?
Does the dragon have to be in melee combat, hand to hand, like within 5 feet?
The dragon just has to be within 30 feet of the attack.
No problems. Well, no worries. So the drake actually, empowers it. Yeah, which will work. So it'll be 5, which is doubled, and the energy, the draconic energy, focuses your strike and shatters the skull into small pieces.
hey. I'm glad, honestly, that I'm rolling terribly against these skeletons because I would rather not have rolled this badly against the dragon.
Indeed.
Will it be double movement if I run through Flightless's face?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. 20, 30 then.
All right.
I'm going to make a swing at this guy. That doesn't hit.
Will not. Its armor holds up.
What a 22 I'm sure does.
Certainly does.
8.
All right.
Nice.
And yeah, savage, but not enough to destroy it outright.
My Steel Defender will go ahead and make a force of damage attack against that one. Is 16 enough?
16 is the number.
11.
Okay, and force damage. You break its bones and crumple its armor, but it's being held together by necromancy and hatred.
Is he able to walk through, or is he like stuck right there until that thing dies?
Yeah,
I guess he can go in my space.
Yeah. You can't occupy the same space. Oh yeah, like that. Yep, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, cool. All right, the skeletons pour towards their new targets. Artisan, you are assailed by 1, 2, 3. 21 might do it, but probably doesn't.
22 needs.
Was close. A couple on the 2 or 3. Two. The first two. So the fumble. On the steel defender will both miss. The critical hit will be on Mormy for 11 points of damage. The critical hit. Will be on Moog. 11 damage on Moog. As it pins him up against the wall and starts hacking into him. Although he's protected from multiple sides, it means that he's got nowhere to dodge, nowhere to maneuver. So it does get one good strike into Moog for 11 points of damage.
Nice.
And one each on Flightless, 21. And 15 on Lady Eleanor, and one reaches around the corner towards Lady Eleanor, but without a critical hit, it's got no chance. Alright, so Flightless, our positioning is 21. It doesn't have a advantage though, does it?
Oh, that last one's for me? Yes, no, that one doesn't hit then.
Oh, the 21. No, you're right. The 21 will hit. Yeah, 21. So 6 points of damage on Flightless. No, 20. Didn't you say 22 was your armor class?
No, it's
Is that Artisan? Artisan's 22. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So 6 points of damage for Flightless as it smashes you with a blunt axe and delivers some pretty solid bruising.
And about our positioning?
Yeah, the positioning's pretty good, but the sheer numbers of them make it difficult to evade a strike when it is accurate. Flightless.
I'll actually bring the torch back, but he will just attack the one in front of him with his rapier.
Alright.
No advantage, but 16.
16's enough to lodge your rapier inside its ribcage and rattle it around.
Big damage.
It falls apart. They are.
Why couldn't I do this against the drag?
in all fairness, a 16 would not have been very effective. Nor a 21. Okay, Moog. So your positioning is good, but you still managed to cop a slight injury. Probably more of a bruise than a gash. How do you respond?
With that,
That will be a clobbering, and that will shatter it completely. If you attack the next one without moving out, it'll have +5 on its armor class due to the +2 on its armor class due to the intervening wall.
since there's no more surrounding me like that, I come out.
Yeah.
And, then use my other one.
Excellent choice.
And that's a 27.
Should be enough. And the vulnerability to bludgeoning, the force is devastating with no blood or flesh or nerves to sever. A good solid hit causes it to shatter and break like porcelain.
Is there any more in here?
There is one more here, and if you step upwards, you'll have a clean shot on it.
I'll wait. I don't have any more attacks, so I'll wait for it to come up.
No problems. Okay, Finnick, you've stashed away your bow, your shield, and you're able to respond in kind.
Nice. I will take a shot at this red-looking one.
Okay.
A short bow.
Devastating, but your arrow just lodges into its shield, and pierces the shield, but not the enemy.
I'll do the second attack then.
Okey-dokes. That's better. The arrow knocks the shield out of its hand, meaning the second one can hit it in the spine and causes it to tumble down in a sound not unlike a xylophone. Ding 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 ding.
It's my turn.
Lady Eleanor. Crunch.
6 slashing.
Right, a glancing blow.
16 slashing.
And the next one will destroy it utterly.
And then 5 bludgeoning.
Okay, the vulnerability breaks one of its bones, but doesn't destroy it outright.
Can I chuck the fire damage on that one as well?
Great choice. Another 2d6, or another 1d6 rather, because it's fire. And that will be enough. You burn the bones and scorch them, making them brittle enough that they fall to pieces.
Yeah, I'll just call out to Moog because I can't see him, although I can hear the sound of bones splintering rather violently. Just basically call out and ask, Moog, you alright? You're okay?
Having a wee bit of fun.
I'll smile at that, like, yeah, he's fine.
Yes. This is barely breaking a sweat. Steel Defender. And Artisan.
I was muted again.
Aha!
So I will be making a war pick attack against this one right in front of me. As a 26 hit.
Yes, indeed. And you split its skull with your pick, a pick being a pretty good weapon against a skull. Bone mining.
And then I'm going to make another attack against this one. 17 hit.
It sure does.
13.
Just enough to cause it to tumble down, and its head rolls away, more or less intact, still wearing its helmet. But you yank the bones apart, and they fall down without breaking, just separating into 226 different pieces, like a jigsaw. 206? I'm not sure how many bones there are in a dwarven body.
In some stories they have 7 toes, so probably
Apparently.
more than humans.
There we go. That's a bit of trivia. The Steel Defender rends and breaks, leaving the skeleton vulnerable to the next strike.
And that'll be my turn.
The skeletons find whatever gaps they can. The first one attacking Moog, very feebly. The next one going for this. Sorry.
So I'm going to use repose on them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. You strike a repose.
Mm-hmm.
Crunch.
And then plus the 16.
Destruction. So its axe swings wide, you knock it to one side and take it out with your counter strike. One goes for the Steel Defender. It was already injured by the Steel Defender, and so it's something like revenge. 8 points if his armor class is 17 or less.
It's like 15, so 8 points of damage.
Another one on the Steel Defender. Another 3 points. This one on Artisan himself. A very feeble strike indeed. One on Flightless. And one on Eleanor. And neither of them posing any real threat. Slow, predictable, jerky, and easy to defend against. Flightless.
guess he will, steady aim and then strike forth with his rapier.
Alright. To the solar plexus. Right in the middle. And it's the precision of your blow rather than the strength or the sharp edge. If you press the sternum hard enough, the rest of the ribcage will cave in, and without a ribcage to support its shoulders, the skeleton falls to the ground in a pile of bone.
Head clattering angrily.
There we go. Chatter, 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 chatter. Despite its lack of eyebrows, it furrows its brows at you in frustration. Furrows its forehead, perhaps. Moog, you have cleared the passageway.
I come up here and let these boys have fun. If I need any help. That's all I can do.
Alright. Bit of moral support, Finnick.
I will take 2 shots at the one behind the door and the one behind the defender. And
One of those shots is accurate.
Get the dragon to move here, and bonus action get it to attack. One in front of Eleanor.
Excellent. And it's found its element, the dragon has, and it roasts the bones until they are brittle enough to snap clean, like something on a primitive campfire. Well, lady, and all the pressure is really off at this point, though there is still some danger remaining.
See if we can clean up the ones that remain. So, probably not going to hit.
No, its shield protects it.
Definitely not going to hit.
Oh, nice.
But the shaft is it does the trick and loosens and weakens. Oh, it's bludgeoning damage too, isn't it?
Yes.
So it will absolutely destroy it. You knock it clean, like a ball on a billiards table.
Alrighty.
Artisan, the Steel Defender, one on either side.
I will proceed to make a weapon attack. That's to the right one.
That'll
So
do
9
it.
damage on it. And then another one to the other one. Eight damage to it.
And with a single strike, a big cleave, you swing your mining pick over the head of the Steel Defender and take out 2 with one blow.
Nice.
Nice.
There are bones everywhere and fragments of armor, old dented shields. Each object is probably worth more than 5 gold pieces, if even that much. Though from a historical perspective, they are culturally priceless.
Oh,
What do you mean, like, they have, like, dwarven relics on them?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like if you think of yourself as an archaeologist, which I know none of us are, but if like an archaeologist would gather up the heraldry on the helmets and on the shields and the patterns on the axes and the brass copper beads in the beards and so on. Like it's not valueless. On the contrary, the steel here is worth something. But unless you're a museum, then you're probably not going to want some old rusty dwarven helmet, particularly not considering we've got adamantine to carry instead.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but the deterioration that they have shown suggests that nothing here is magical.
Yeah.
Well, that was a bit of fun.
Huh.
It was. I did have one thing I noticed that I wanted to ask about.
Right.
Moog or Red or however you want to go by. I noticed that when you make your attacks, you roll an extra d10 on when you roll damage. Curious, what
I
does that
rolled
actually?
D8.
The
A
D10,
D8
the D8 and
superiority
the
die?
D10 is for versatile.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
When
I
you
thought
swing
you
your
were. I
attack, it
thought.
does a D8 one, and because they're both D10 attacks.
When I use my superiority die, I get 5 of them, level 7. So if I do a special move, I get to use my superiority die in the damage.
Well, I noticed it on your normal attacks though. Like you'd roll your
Normal
weapon
attack
damage.
isn't because the cool weapon that Pyro made. It
Oh, is
rolls
it
the
in?
D10.
Yeah, so you should increase
Yeah.
like the versatile damage as well, shouldn't you? In case
Well,
you
I don't know,
decide to use
Pyro-
two hands.
Pyro did it. Yeah, I'm not using 2 hands. I'm just using one because I have a shield. But it's a D10 because of the way it was made.
Yeah, arms and equipment guide allows him to upscale the damage die. Well, we will go through it. So the D10 comes from the fact that it's an improved weapon. The +4 is from strength, and the +1 is because it's a magic weapon. So that all looks accurate. Yeah,
I'm saying,
a D10
bit-
+4 +1.
and on the other
the bit
side,
that
if
I'm
he
curious
decides to
about, though,
versatile
is-
it, like what would the damage increase to like D12?
Oh yeah, good call. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that myself. Yeah, so on the other side it would be a D12 instead of a D10. But yeah, if you want to enter
Alright.
that in, you can, but it's not
I thought.
necessary.
I thought those two numbers were being added together. I didn't realize those were
Right.
two separate variations of the same attack.
Yeah,
Could
yeah.
you like create a way to like do both?
I would
So I
have
should add
two.
two.
I would just
whatever
have
the-
two separate macros, but it
Yeah,
just confused me a little bit.
yeah. It probably is a good idea to get rid of that secondary damage. You don't have to, but it is probably a good idea because like I might factor it in as well without thinking.
Well, I do this, so like I would do the bludgeoning, right? So I just rolled the warhammer right there. And then if
Yeah.
I would use superiority die, there's like superiority die,
Yep.
and then that's a 1. Right, that was a bad roll, but so those are the two that I roll together.
Yeah, cool. I'll just keep it in mind not to factor in the extra number on the right hand side since it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's no problem.
That's just what the part I wanted to point out because I thought it's a bit just confusing me a little bit. Like if you're adding an extra D10, at least it appeared to be that way. In my attack.
Yeah. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I hadn't like for some reason I hadn't registered, but it's now that you pointed it out, it's obvious. Yeah.
That's it. That's all I wanted to point out.
Very good. So we open up those closets. We find them like to be small cells. The sort of area that a dwarf might be forced to live in, barely 5 feet by 5 feet. If you're a particularly large dwarf, then it'd be a pretty uncomfortable little cell.
Also, because I presume they were alive when they were put in here. So if I examine the walls, like, I guess did any of them decide to leave any like messages or like anything like written on the walls in any of these cells?
Yeah, there are some small messages written on there, but most of them, if they were written, they were then removed. And if you think of the decrees of the Priest King, how he seemed to be very obsessed with treason and sedition, even the slightest message like "I'm hungry" might have been misinterpreted as a plot against him. So if the dwarves did write any graffiti on their walls, in general, they then removed it afterwards. Yeah.
So is there anything out of the normal out of any of these?
Well, I guess you could say that something that's abnormal is the state of the bones. Now, before we destroyed them, now obviously destroyed now, but before they were destroyed, they were showing signs of deterioration, missing teeth, brittle bones, and so on. Ultimately, the warriors were malnourished before they were slain, and that has weakened them. So that's perhaps the most notable thing about them is the poor condition that these skeletons and even their equipment were in.
Seems to be
Nothing aesthetic beyond that.
makes sense.
If we get to a point where we do a short rest, and Mo go collect the bones and throw them into the fire as a form of burial.
It's a good point. Do we want to take a short rest, or shall we keep pressing on?
If we do, it'd be cool to like. I think it'd be a bit safer if we do it to like the big play, like the smaller fort in the fort.
Yeah, like there's actually a door to close here. And if
And I can
anybody's keeping
arcane
watch,
lock.
they can keep watch here, yeah. Yeah, the arcane lock would work quite well here, yeah. There's only one way in, isn't there?
There's the secret
Well, there's
entrance
the...
as well, and the elevator.
True. But it is probably a good place to take a short rest down here in the quarters.
Come back later. Bury the dead. What's the
I can.
what's the rules on short rest and hit point recovery?
Now, when you take a short
How does
rest,
that
you
work?
spend 1 hour resting, and then you can spend your hit die, like any number of your hit dice, and your hit dice you recover half your hit dice on a long rest.
What's a long rest versus a short rest?
Short rest
8
is 1
hours?
hour. Yeah, long rest is
Mhm.
8 hours, and you can only benefit from a long rest once every 24 hours.
Yeah,
Are
so
we
we would...
short resting or long resting?
I assume we're short resting.
only short, I think.
We just fought a dragon. We're half burned.
Yeah, so definitely at least a short rest, but I don't know if we need a long rest. Like, how are we looking for stamina,
half hit
aka
point.
spell slot?
I have
So what-
one first level spell slot, and I was going to arcane lock both these doors, so I would have 1 second level spell slot left.
I mean, I don't think it'd be worth like the arcane locks.
Yeah, I don't know if
Make sure no one
it's,
can come in.
it's worth it. Yeah,
Post a guard.
yeah, we can just keep an eye out, I think.
Well, I don't have my still defender wait outside then.
Alrighty.
I was just going to wait in the little murder hobo room. Murder hell room.
Absolutely, you've got a great view of the outside area. It's defensible. You'll essentially be on watch, and you can do that while taking the short rest. It's not too strenuous to keep your eyes open.
I suppose since there's
What do you
two,
roll?
Flightless will go to the other one.
Sure.
So what do you roll to get recover hit points?
The hit
Do
dice.
what?
Hit
So-
dice for you are a D10, but there is a hit dice button. I might.
Okay.
Someone else can explain it if you want.
Yeah,
Okay,
right below
go ahead.
your current hit points, it says hit dice. For you, it should be a D10. If you click the button that actually says hit dice, it will roll it for you. As we're level 7, you get 7 D10s that you can roll to recover your HP.
Mm.
Where
One
is
hit
it?
dice.
Where is it?
It's right next to
On
your
the
death
sheet.
saves. It's to your left of death saves,
Okay.
and right
It's in the
above your
middle.
attack buttons.
Really loving these
Like-
dice here.
Not
Yeah,
great.
it's pretty abysmal.
Because if people still need heals, I've still got all my spell slots and I have cure wounds.
Yeah, I think we're just recovering HP here, since we're all right. We're in an all right spot for spell slots and whatnot.
I think you used one spell slot only, right? Oh no, two. Hunter's Mark is a spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also to
Just-
resummon your Drake was another spell, I think.
So how many hit dice do you roll?
As many as you want. You've got up to 7. You've got 1 hit die for every level that you've got, and so you can roll all 7 if you want. But you'll only get your hit dice back on a long rest, and even then you only get half of them. So it's generally best to be conservative, but on the other hand, it's also generally best to be at max hit points. So, yeah.
For example, I've got 56 out of 57. I don't think. I mean, it's not really worth rolling that last one. I don't think.
Sure.
And then later on, when it's like I wish I had 1 HP.
5e is extremely forgiving. If you've got enough time to rest, then you're usually running at pretty much 100% capacity almost all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just going to mending until my Steel Defender is at full.
Yeah, sure.
There's one discrepancy with that. It was actually like really low level D&D, where it's like much like a bit harsher than other systems I've played.
Yeah, man. In 2nd edition, you got 1 hit point back on a long rest, and there were no short rests.
Yeah, like, they have that system in like what is it?
1 hit point every level, every day. Yeah.
No, it's like because when you play single player in Icewind Dale, like like it has a system where like the clerics will use all the healing spells and then you'll rest again automatically. But that doesn't work in multiplayer, so you have to do it manually.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was a much harder game. The earlier editions, much harder. In any case, apart from the constant grind of the elevator up and down in 2 minute to the 2nd level, 2 minute to middle level, 2 minute to top level, 2 minutes, wait 1 minute, 2 minutes, wait 1 minute, then down again, 2 minutes, wait 1 minute, 2 minutes, wait. This cycle that takes like 5 minutes up and 5 minutes down goes on several times during the hour. But apart from that, you don't hear a single thing, like not a single spider, not a rat, not a bat, nothing. Hiss of steam and the clunking of the elevator is the only noises.
Good.
I'm good.
Right, I think we're ready to proceed. So, are we going to take the secret passage to get around the front door?
I think that's the safest course of action here. I think that's honestly the whole point of that tunnel.
Yeah, it does seem to be what it's for.
I guess with that heel slide to the side, like the door side.
Alright. It reveals a second door identical to the first.
I guess you'll like travel along here, like looking for pressure plates and still looking for like those holes in the wall that would indicate like, you know, bits like spikes or darts would shoot out of.
Absolutely. You can make your investigation roll.
11.
Lots of guidance.
Yep. There's no such item that you discover. The guidance will give you, an extra D4, I think?
That doesn't put it over 15. I'll give them a intelligence boost with +3.
12.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I guess I get that too then. So 12 to 15.
So, yeah, 15.
So no pressure plates, no scythes or crossbows, no falling rocks, no runes or anything like that. But when you reach the other door, which is identical to the other one, it's a magnetic door, you push it south and it rolls north. While you're looking at that door, you smell something on the other side. It smells musty, kind of like an old cloakroom. Have you ever smelt like what a jacket smells like when it's been eaten by moths, for example? You open a cupboard that hasn't been opened at your grandmother's place for 10 years, and it's got a very, very mildewy, musty smell. So there's that smell, but it's also mixed with fragrances, which are which are probably meant to be quite nice, but in the circumstances they end up being off-putting. The combination of mold and mildew and must, combined with things like frankincense and sandalwood and alcohol, formaldehyde, all adds up to a really unsettling series of stenches. The fragrance, the positive fragrances are not cancelled out, but overridden by the more offensive smells.
And I guess would be the morgue, because they did talk about consecration a lot in those like decrees.
Yeah, consecrating the meat before eating it.
Sword.
Let's go in.
I guess he'll be like. I guess can he take the equivalent of the dodge action as he opens this door? If not, he'll just slide it open slowly anyway.
No, that's kind of how like barbarian trap sense works basically. So you slide the door open, and the smell becomes more obvious, and I'm pretty sure that you can see.
I can see
Control. Yep, you can see. There is a 5 foot tall humanoid that has been embalmed, wrapped up in wrappings. They are decorated in a series of jewels like heavy gold chains, rings, and so on. They also, in spite of their wrappings, they are still armored on top of the wrappings. So you've got a mummified figure standing up, adorned in jewels, wearing a breastplate, and they don't react in any way to your arrival, like a statue.
I look at them from a know your enemy perspective and stand in the hall and check them out and see what their armor class is.
So just while we're waiting, that he'll like look behind his like and with his sign language show that he sees one humanoid standing still in the room.
Yeah, sure. So we stand still for a minute, and at the end of that minute, you can learn if certain information about capabilities. So, which two of those characteristics do you want to know?
Armor class and hit points.
The armor class is inferior to yours, but virtually all armor classes are. And as for hit points, yeah, inferior as well.
So can I walk by flightless, like squeeze by him?
Yeah, sure.
I guess he'll just sort of push forward into the room with you.
Yeah.
All right. And you discover that there is more than one of them. There are a pair of them, and they stand ready as if on guard, like a pair of sentinels, if you will.
Can I also make a history check or something along those lines to see if I know what they are?
Yeah, sure. You'll have to be in the room to do so, but you can.
Do they do any kind of like action on us walking in?
No, still as statues, but they're not statues. They are material that wears armor, so there's most likely bones and bodies underneath it. Given that, can you see through this thing, this owl? Homunculus, rather. Artisan, can you see through the homunculus?
Ooh.
He might be muted.
Yes, I can.
You can?
Yes.
Alright, so having moved the homunculus into that room, whether inadvertently or not, triggers the initiative.
Right.
Alright. So, Flightless, these doors are opened by the homunculus, and a more well-adorned dwarven mummified figure. Its armor more elaborate, its jewelry more prominent, stands behind this door. They begin ambling towards us.
For some reason, I saw my roll and I didn't even think I would go for it. So the ones behind us are attacking as well?
Apparently, yeah. Artisan, I'm not sure if you're on the initiative, by the way.
Yeah, he isn't. I guess for now he will take the steady aim and he will attack the one next to the Drake with his rapier.
Yeah, sure.
And miss.
And your rapier bends upon the breastplate of the dwarven mummy harmlessly. If you're there, Artisan, you'll have to roll initiative.
What does steady aim do?
If you don't move, you gain advantage on.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, sorry, man. No worries. In that case, the mummified figure will stumble towards Artisan. And you'll go just after the mummies anyway, so that's pretty convenient. 13. Just after the mummy lord, but just before the mummies. So the more heavily adorned dwarf. I need to have a look at what this does. Okay.
I think it paralyzes, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just looking at another option, but this is a good one. Okay, cool. So a dreadful glare. It will gaze straight at Artisan. Targets one creature within 60 feet. Become frightened until the end of the mummy's next turn. So make a wisdom saving throw, Artisan.
+3 to it, because you're close to
Oof.
Well, that's a good roll.
it.
Yeah, that's a nope.
Alright, you are also paralyzed, which will give the Mummy Lord advantage on its attack. Crunch. Devastating. 20 points of...
want to use your inspiration for that, but it's too late now.
Do note now. 20 points of crushing damage as it slams you in the face and fractures your faceplate, and an additional 32 points of necrotic damage for a total of 52 points of damage, assuming that you're not resistant to necrotic. I don't think you are. So 20 points of bludgeoning, 32 of necrotic, a total of 52 points of damage, and you cannot regain hit points. Your hit point maximum decreases, and you begin to rust. Your hit point maximum decreases by 13.
Oh, I guess a con save against that effect, though.
All right, a con. Oh, that's the curse.
Better
Yeah. To be cursed with mummy rot. Okay.
Cool.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. All right. Are you still standing after 52 damage?
Yes.
It's your go. Oh, actually, but
I have
first,
9 hit points.
the mummy will stumble out into the vicinity of right to the middle of everyone. 9 hit
Is
points.
my Steel Defender not doing any of it?
Is your Steel Defender able to do what? Sorry.
Was he not able to deflect or anything?
I don't. No, it wasn't initially close enough.
Well,
Yeah, but he does move into the middle of you now. Right, Artisan.
I'm paralyzed, right? So
You are paralyzed. Good point. That will be
Oh,
the end of your
Lord.
turn. At the end of your turn, the mummy takes a legendary action.
I thought we fought the boss, but we found him again.
Found a
Found
new
the real
boss.
boss.
That's right. Okay. What's a good one here? Let's go with the blinding dust. Everybody within 5 feet of the mummy lord, so I think you can all see who's within 5 feet of it. Needs to make a Constitution saving throw DC 16. That'll include Artisan. Just enough. Very
Nice.
much enough.
No.
Not even close to enough.
no, he won't prepare.
And the Steel Defender gets a save as well. Unless it has
What kind of
blocks.
attack is it?
It's a Constitution saving throw. If it has blind
I was
sight,
asking what kind of attack. So I
it's
could,
not an
like, know
attack.
if it's
It's just a
okay.
yeah. It's just like it's not a spell, for example. It's just a an action. Yeah. Yeah. So the Steel Defender gets a con save as well. The Mummy Lord was meant to take a bonus action on its turn. I've not used one of these things before. And so with its bonus action, I think is this a bonus action? It is, so it's going to use its spiritual weapon, and it'll use it also on the paralyzed artisan. A
If it does
25
more
for
than
another.
9 damage, I go down.
Sorry.
If it does more than 9 damage, I go down.
If it does more than 9, it does 6.
3,
Okay.
no.
It's now the mummy's
Also,
go. Yep.
the second roll for my Steel Defender was his Constitution save.
Yeah, Constitution saving throw. Yeah, and so the Steel Defender is not blinded. Alright. The mummies. The first mummy sees the holy symbols of Lady Eleanor Veyron and chooses her as its target, having a particular hatred for priests other than itself. So, Lady Eleanor, you will need to resist the dreadful gaze.
I
Wisdom
can't see the
save.
mummy. I'm blinded.
Oh, good call. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, in that case, it'll be on Moog then.
What am I doing?
You make a wisdom saving throw since the mummy looks at you with its dread gaze.
So awesome.
All right, you're doing just fine. So it continues to go for the vulnerable victim of Lady Eleanor and bashes her with its rotting fist.
5 Sentinel.
Good call. And that'll stop it in its tracks, won't it, if it hits?
I don't know what.
When you hit a creature, its speed becomes 0, so you can make an attack roll. Oh, does that work though? Creatures provoke attacks of opportunity. Yeah.
At the bottom part, when a creature within
Yeah.
5 feet makes an attack against a target other than you, you can cause your reaction to make a melee attack weapon against the attacking creature. So I can get an attack off if he attacks.
That's right, yeah. So it's not going to matter that its speed will be 0 at that point because it's already in hand-to-hand, but you still do get an attack of opportunity anyway, which is good. It's a free attack. Can't knock it. Yeah. Bam! It's a great strike, and its stitching begins to unravel. 8 points of damage. Okay, Lady Eleanor, you are then targeted by the Rotting Fist as a 22 hit.
It does
I think
not.
it does. Does not? I thought
Uh-huh.
22 was your AC. That's Artisan's AC.
23
Alright.
is mine.
Very good. Okay, the other mummy uses its paralyzing gaze on the Drake. The Drake is paralyzed with fear, and it then attacks the blinded. That's flightless, isn't it? Attacks the blinded flightless. 20. Not going to be enough on flightless, is it? I need a 21, right?
21. I assume he's just like basically crouching on the floor, holding his shield in the direction
Ah.
of like the mummy.
And you feel the shield buckle under the pressure of its brutal blow. It buckles and bends, and but you absorb it, and we are onto Moog.
Moog is gonna hit this guy right here. Try to take out the ad with 2 shots. That's 1. That's 2.
Crunch and crunch. Its full plate is stronger than the first blow, but not than the second.
So 10.
Alright, you cave in the breastplate, and cause the jewels to rattle.
Cool.
Lady Eleanor, you're blinded but not paralyzed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, well, I'm gonna take a gamble, I think. This is either going to be a complete waste of a turn, or it's going to turn the battle around. I think it's almost a 50-50 shot.
Ah.
So I'm going to, even blinded, jab the hilt of my halberd into the ground, mutter a prayer to Tethyamar, and my halberd flashes brightly as I cast Turn Undead.
Alright.
It's a DC 14 Wisdom save for all undead that can see and hear me within 30 feet.
Alright. The Mummy Lord is immune, but the mummies are not.
Ah, shit, I didn't know he was immune. Oh well.
Well, that's clearly adds.
Wisdom and wisdom.
Hey, they both fail.
Okay. So they will. They take their reaction to flee. Is that must spend its turn moving away?
I can't take reactions.
Okay. Cool. So
for a full minute, these two are essentially removed from combat.
And
if it runs away from me, then I get to hit it again.
That's absolutely right. However, yep. The Mummy Lord takes its legendary action at this point. And it is going to use its blasphemous word.
It says the gamer word.
Mrs. Obama, get down. He's gonna say it.
We got a DC Constitution.
Probably only going to affect Finnick and Flightless now that I look at it, since it only lasts till the end of the Mummy Lord's next turn. But I guess everyone should make the check anyway, since it will. Why not? You know, you might. It'll prevent you from taking reactions, for example.
It's a magical effect, or it's normal?
No, so it's not a spell. So yeah.
Actually, I think for this one I'll use my inspiration.
All right.
So, nope, not quite.
All right. So Finnick, you are paralyzed, stunned, which is kind of the same thing. So there's nothing you can do.
Flightless is also stunned.
Sorry.
Flightless is also stunned.
Flightless is also stunned. Does the Drake make a saving throw? I guess it does?
Ah, yeah, because it's frightened at the moment.
Oh, yep. Okay, so the Drake still has its the Drake is not stunned, but I guess it can't take actions anyway because you can't give it an action. Is that correct?
If I can't give it an action, it just takes the dodge action.
Excellent. So we skip 2 turns and go straight to the Mummy Lord's turn. And the Mummy Lord is going to attack the paralyzed figure, who in this case is flightless.
Stunned. Or is he paralyzed as well?
Stunned. And I think is stunned not the same thing as paralyzed? I guess it's not, but
I think
it's still
paralyzed is worse.
right.
Yeah,
Do you still get
paralyzed.
advantage on stunned creatures?
Yeah, you still get advantage. Wait, no, hold on.
Right.
So I think stunned means you just don't get any actions, whereas
Yeah, so maybe
paralyzed is advantage, and if the attack hits, it's an auto crit.
The hit is stunned.
right. Auto crit.
You automatically fail some saving throws, but attack rolls have advantage.
Aha.
Okay, so
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
so-
the difference. Cool. All right. Well, he can. Can you still see flightless?
If I'm blinded until the end of is it until the end of your next turn?
Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see
this
what it
turn,
says.
yeah.
Blinded until the end of the mummy's turn. So yeah. So you're blinded.
Oh, okay.
So instead, it will take its it will make its dreadful glare on Moog.
What do I roll?
Wisdom.
I think he's
Wisdom.
immune, right? Because he's already passed one of them.
He is immune. You're absolutely right. I was wondering of that. So dreadful glare instead on Artisan.
Poor Artisan.
Glare. Does it stack twice?
Have you already passed one before? Dreadful glare.
I'm paralyzed.
Yeah. So
Right now.
does paralyzed mean automatic fail? Is that what we just established?
Let's have a look. Paralyzed, can't move or speak. They fail strength and dexterity saving throws automatically.
Yeah, just strength and dex. So yeah, so you do get a wisdom save, and it is important because because it will last until the end of its next turn,
15 with my modifier.
and I think the DC is 16.
It
He
says
doesn't like you.
11, doesn't it?
I don't know.
DC.
Whatever
Not
it says.
fair.
Oh wait, yeah, DC 16.
Yeah.
My bad.
All right. So, but you are not paralyzed because you didn't fail by 5 or more. You're merely frightened until the end of its turn. So you can't move any closer, which doesn't really matter because you're already in hand-to-hand anyway. So this Rotting Fist will be at advantage against... it will be against the bird. 23 for 15 bludgeon, 15 necrotic, and you need to make a constitution saving throw.
You don't
This is
play.
against flightless.
No, this thing he really does not play.
Oh, so was that 30 damage against me?
30 damage against flightless, and you'll need to make a con save. Or have your maximum reduced by 15.
That's not going to do it.
It is not. So your maximum hit points drop as well as your current hit points.
That one
Um,
attack I was looking for a canny dodge, but I can't use that here.
I guess not. Oh yeah, because you need to be able to see it, yeah, and you can't because you're blinded. Okay, so those of you who were affected last turn, it wears off because it's the end of the Mummy Lord's turn, but Artisan is still frightened.
I can see.
You can see. Artisan. Frightened, I think, means that you have disadvantage on attack rolls while you can see the mummy, while you're within 60 feet of it, or something like that.
You have disadvantage to
I have
attack rolls
3
against it,
health.
and you can't
Yeah,
wait
you need to-
closer to it.
You need to break contact.
Yeah. So my Steel Defender is going to impose disadvantage on the opportunity attack, so I'm just going to chance it and dip as a little back.
Alright. Disadvantage on its opportunity attack.
Yep.
Misses. So that'll be, each of these will be double movements. That'll be 10 feet, that'll be 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That'll take, yep, that's better, yep.
So if he attacks...
Yeah, I can just go back here because I'm dashing, I guess.
As a dash? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You can go there as a dash, yeah. Okay, the
And
mummy
my
will
full
now...
defender
Yep. Oh yeah, defenders go. Yep, defender. 15 will not do it, not with its full plate.
Aw.
Alright. Okay. The mummy takes a legendary action to channel negative energy. No one can heal.
Well,
The
I'll
mummies.
just be out here, guys.
Right. The mummies run. So attacks of opportunity from you two.
I'm not taking
Yep, and also from you, yeah. Oh, whoops, I moved the wrong one.
I'm saying I'm not taking it because while they're running, they're not attacking us, so we can get rid.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. If you do hit it, then it'll break the it'll break
then
the.
I'll leave the attack of opportunity.
Yeah, no worries. It breaks the turn undead if you hit them.
I'll leave.
Where they're going to have to run out the door?
That's what it looks
Yeah.
like. Yeah.
Okay, let them go.
Let them go. All right, they're probably quite slow. They are 20 feet, so it moves 40. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, cool. All right, very good. Moog. Oh, wait. No, yes, you'll go. Moog, yep.
It didn't get the mummy lord, but like that turn undead might have saved us anyway.
yeah,
So,
hopefully.
I'd step here. So if he attacks either flightless or that, I get my sentinel attack, and then I'm going to try to hit. And if I hit, I'm going to use a trip.
Okay. 23 hits.
Okay, and then so this is going to be a trip. Not much added, but 11.
All right.
And then I'm going to try to hit him again while he's on his back.
I think it's a saving throw
Nice.
for trip.
Oh yeah, strength save. Yep. Well, that's pretty strong. Probably enough.
So
What's
if
the
he,
DC of your trip?
then I'll just use it twice.
Yeah, sure.
So first one, the 11, and then I'll use trip on this one, and then at least it'll be heavier hits.
Do you know the
So-
DC?
What's that?
Do you know the DC for the difficulty class? The DC for your saving throw DC for your trip? Like what number is?
Pull it up right here. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
cool. Because a 15 he might pass again, maybe.
Okay. Sorry. It's
Yeah, no worries, man. You gotta do what you gotta do.
So what's your strength?
Is it based off strength or is it based off something else?
It's based off strength or dex, your choice, and I assume.
Oh, is it?
your
Right.
Strength, because it's 8
Yeah.
plus proficiency plus strength. So his strength would be important.
Yeah,
It's
if you
just-
have 20 strength, the DC would be 16. So do you have 18 or 20 strength? It's quite important.
I have 18 strength.
All right, DC is 15, which is what the mummy passes. So he just barely stays upright.
But I do a lot of damage, so that's okay. I mean, as much as I can.
Absolutely, you certainly do. And some of the wrappings unravel, revealing the necrotized flesh beneath. Lady Eleanor.
Alright, Halberd. For 7 slashing, and I'll smite on that. for 11 radiant damage as well, so 18 total.
Is that before you do that, the Mummy Lord takes a legendary action to cast more blinding dust.
Awesome.
You, like, Mummy Lord.
Damn it, I'm blinded as well.
So you'll be at disadvantage for that attack.
That was one off the
Alright, I'll
passing.
just I'll roll a normal attack.
Yeah, 16 will miss.
Damn it. I'm gonna have to commit to the rest of my attacks now. Damn it.
So the Steel Defender is not blinded, and Moog is not blinded, but Flightless and Eleanor are. 17, or what's the... No, that's not going to be enough. No, armor class is higher than that, yeah.
Brutal. Damn it, if I'd known I was blinded, I would have done something different. Fuck.
Yes, I apologise for that, yeah. It's my fault.
And natural one, damn it.
Alright, so you strike and you strike and you strike, but all that you do is hit its adamantine dwarven plate.
Alrighty, unfortunately that's me.
Finnick.
I'll step into the square and get the dragon to go there and do
Yeah.
my 2 stabs.
Alright. 24 will be enough.
And I'll throw on the dragon's extra fire damage.
Okay.
Then
Oh yeah, fire damage is what we need.
Yeah, it might be vulnerable. I'll better check that out.
Normal.
It is vulnerable to fire, as mummies should be.
and I get the dragon to bite, but not the crit, just the normal.
Okay, cool. So the fire damage will be doubled, so it'll be 13 plus 6 fire for 19, and then another 6 is 25 plus 7 doubled is 39, which is huge.
Huge.
Or
God, if I wasn't blinded, we might have taken it out already. Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely my fault. Flightless.
Flightless will take a moment to and use his other senses, I guess his hearing, to try to predict where the mummy is, and that would be him taking aim and thrusting forward his rapier.
Alright, you thrust towards the sound. 19 does it.
22 damaged.
And you drive your rapier into the mummy's head, into its face. And when you rip it out, sawdust begins to pour out of the cavity that was once its skull. And just as you think that you might have finished it off, you realise you have not.
I thought it was going to explode.
With Flightless still blind, the mummy strikes with its... Ooh, actually, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does something else. That was the normal mummy. With Flightless blinded, let me see if this is a good idea instead. Yeah, Flightless, make a Constitution saving throw. It's casting a spell.
Oh no, it can cast spells.
Ooh,
That's
that... Unfortunately for the mummy, at least, that passes, so you'll only take half of that damage. 23 points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
The damage can't reduce the target's hit points below 1.
I'm not I have 3 hit points.
Twinsies.
Nice.
Oh, okay, well there you go. That was a very efficient spell then.
does that count as an attack?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, no, it's a spell. Yeah, it's a spell, not an attack. Yeah.
For it to be an attack, there'd be an attack roll, which D20 plus modifies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Artisan, what are you doing? You can't heal, I don't think.
I can now because it's
You
only
can now.
until the end of the next turn.
Good call. You're absolutely right.
But I am going to cast Heat Metal.
All right, automatic damage. 6
It's fire
damage
damage,
is
isn't it?
Oh yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is fire damage. So begins to heat up and then suddenly bursts into flame, and the priest king burns in front of our very eye.
I guess I can cease the spell to not completely ruin the metal.
Good call. Good call. And you hear the other mummies shambling away.
Right, this is making very unhappy Kenku sounds.
Moog looks to where, like, just down the hall, see if he sees where they're going, but I'm not going to chase.
All right, you hear the sound of a door being forced open. And then the sound of sloshing, not as in water, but as in metal. Imagine these mummies like trailing their way through a room filled with so much metal so that it clink, 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 clink. It's like a kind of a slithering sound as it pushes its way through. They push their way through metal.
Could it be the sound of stacks of coins falling over?
Ah, so many coins! like it sounds like Scrooge McDuck levels of coins.
I'm going to need another bag.
You don't really need that pistol, do you, Lady Isabella? We kind of need another bag.
I'm like, we can finish them off.
Yeah, let's finish off the two mummies that escaped.
Yeah, guys, you do that. I think me and Flightless are going to chill back here with 3 hit points.
That's which way they went, north or south.
Yeah, you can definitely hear the grinding noise down here. Yeah.
Can I pull a cheers with Flightless and give him one of the potions and I the other?
I'll say it to Moog, one at a time. Let's take them out one at a time.
Let's just stand. Take the one on the left, and then
We're still in initiative, mind you. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, shall we go back to where we were then?
Not necessarily. Like, it doesn't really matter because they don't get fresh saving throws at the end of each turn, do they?
No.
No. So you can maneuver yourselves into the position that you want to be. Like that's fine. Like just keep in mind that we are an initiative. So whoever because they're going to keep running away is what they're going to keep doing on each of their turns.
Man, we should funnel them through that trap. Sorry, what's AFK? What's the plan?
We're just finishing off the mummies that ran because they turned undead.
why don't we finish one off and let the other one hit the traps? We're funneling the other way. It's not a bad idea. Let's take this one out.
My worry is if there are more enemies in this place, they might run and get their attention.
Woe to the mummies, then.
Ha! Finnick, you're able to move up if you want to where the most of the party is, because Artisan and Flightless are probably deliberately hanging back, given that they don't have 10 hit points between them.
Yeah, I'd like to just move up to where they are.
Very good.
I've not sustained any injuries yet.
Took my torch with you.
Oops. There's your torch back. Can't see it anymore. It's out of my vision. Put it back to like as close as I could get it.
What's in this room?
Treasure. So much freaking treasure. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and share with you the treasure. There's no way you will catalogue it right now, but I'm going to share it anyway.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll wait until after the game to
There's
start.
the difference between how much can you carry out, how much there's here versus how much you can carry out.
It is a big difference, and because it's not listed as its weight, then we're going to have to work that out a bit later. Although a lot of it is fairly small bags of spices, earrings, cloth vests. If it's silk, it weighs nothing at all, virtually nothing. So hopefully that most of this stuff is not too heavy.
Man, I'm gonna wear those rabbit fur gloves.
Perfect. That's like human skin boots. It's not dissimilar.
There's a leopard fur long sword cavern.
Fuck yeah.
No magic, but that's cool. I'm
Yeah.
going to these whenever I'm just coming up to this dude and smacking him.
All right.
If I hit him, I'm just gonna try to trip him and start just beating him down.
If your mummy steps up, I'm smacking the hoe. All right, Moog. You go ahead. 18 will do it. Their breastplate cannot defend them now. Oh, hang on. Whether they suppose they take the dodge action doesn't matter anyway. An 18 is still going.
And then the superiority die.
Yes.
So, but that's because I'm trying to trip him.
Here we go.
Just enough, I think.
Just enough.
DC 15.
That's right. We've established its DC is 15. So the first hit will knock it straight off its feet, and its plans begin to unravel.
And then while it's on the ground, I hit it again.
Yeah, so roll the damage for the first one as well, since they'll both hit. Yep, that's it. A 13 plus 4 superiority, and another hit, because the 18 did damage as well. If that makes sense. Yep, cool. So 25 plus 4 is 29. Pretty devastating.
Cool, I'm out of attacks right now, so.
Excellent. And it is flailing around, vulnerable, and jingling, since it's still wearing its rings and necklaces and so on. Lady Eleanor.
Move up. I'll stand here so as to prevent the other one from escaping, so they can't willingly
Excellent.
move closer to me.
No.
I'll lay into the unfortunate mummy that is prone.
Okay, unfortunate mummy.
Oh, good thing I have advantage.
It is, because there's a big difference between 8 and 25.
13 slashing.
Alright. Any smites or anything?
No, I don't think it's necessary.
Don't think it's
16.
necessary. 16 is the magic number, and you turn it to dust.
I will wait. I will not use my bonk then on the second one. I'll wait until Moog's ready to engage it.
Alright. Finnick.
I'll move my 35 movement to here.
Okay.
Bring the dragon down.
Come on, dragon.
And I will then stab it.
Excellent. I think the dragon might be an Eleanor square, right?
Is it not?
Oh no, my mistake. That's just a visual effect on my end, so I was wrong. Yeah, cool. So the 15 will not hit, but the 26 will.
I will chuck on the dragon damage to that 26.
Excellent.
Delicious fire damage.
And an extra 2
fire is
damage for my
doubled.
fighting style. I forgot to
Very
turn on.
good. A total of 16 because the fire is doubled.
And then the dragon's attack up on fun.
Come on, dragon. That's pretty good. 6 and 13 is 23. No, 19. Yeah, 19.
6, and then is the fire damage right? Doubled, right?
Yeah. Oh no, the fire damage is not yet doubled, so that's another 13. And it is inflamed and engulfed in fire, and it burns away, filling the air with the scent of formaldehyde and spices and burning flesh. And if you thought it was a weird combination of fragrant and disgusting before, well, you've never smelt a mummy burning before.
Take a big whiff. Pumpkin spice, the spice of life.
There we go. It's like a drug, kind of. I'm sure somewhere they smoke mummies. In fact, trivia time. I think it was like in the 19th century, maybe. People would eat bits of mummy. It was like I think it was the Victorians or the. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the English ate bits of mummy not that long ago. I might be wrong. I'm sure Google knows the truth.
Didn't they like powder it down and like wear it on their face or something?
Something like
Yep.
that. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Like okay. I guess it's no weirder than injecting botulism into yourself to make yourself look younger. So, guess it's no weirder than that.
This is a lot of treasure. Should we? I think we should probably put all the treasure we've so far got in that guardian room, right? The
I'll go
guards
back.
to guard it.
Well, for now, let's regroup with the rest of the party and make sure they're okay.
But I've got to guard my dragon horde.
Assuming that Isabella casts detect magic or identify or something like that, just for simplicity of right. Look at that. Look at those jewels. Look at that shit. These guys are there he is. He's Amulet of Immunity to Turning. Yeah, and plus 1 Dwarven full plate, which is armor class of 20.
Wow.
Nice.
5D, like that treasure trove already had 32,000 worth of stuff in it, or 33,000 basically.
Well, it's kind of irrelevant, seeing as we have 1 million golds worth of ore. It's like a
we
drop
are
in the bucket at this moment.
So incredibly rich, like just phenomenally rich at this point. But then again, what would you expect from you have effectively sacked a dwarven society, right? Right?
I mean, it might be over ambitious, but like this might be a good player based. But we just have to deal with some like troubles.
Yeah, if we boot out the guys up top, we could. Well, I think the only problem with making this a base for ourselves is that the Zentarum know where it is, and once they lose contact with their garrison, they'll send people to investigate. And no doubt, once they learn that we've taken it, they'll want it back.
So, are we going to kill what's her name? Is the question.
Yes. Who?
Yes.
Who?
Oh, by the way, for your question, Arctic, Mummy Brown, which was used in paint, was available for citizen use until the 1930s, and then Mummia, powdered mummy, was available for citizen use to buy until the 1924.
There we go. As recently as the 20th century.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Because Isabella and/or Flightless is using detect magic to search for magic items. Would that reveal that Artisan is cursed? Failed his con save, didn't he?
Does it reveal curses? I'm not sure the answer to that.
Actually, I can just put the thing in chat.
Go for it. Sense presence of magic. Faint aura around any creature or object that bears magic, and you learn the school of magic.
I guess is a curse magic?
An aura. Yeah, this one would be like Mummy Rot certainly is. So yeah, you would know that he is cursed. Yeah, a necrotic energy has fallen over Artisan. He looks rusted and flimsy and bent and broken and tarnished.
I guess he'll point at his own like wilting feathers and not just repeat in Isabella's voice necromancy.
Hmm.
Well, I was going to heal them both anyway, just a little bit. So I'll put 7 points of healing into. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when I go to heal Artisan, I'll discover the nature of the curse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I put 7
I can't
points
heal at all.
Apparently not.
No.
I can't.
It says you cannot regain hit points. Oh, you're cursed as well. Okay, so I go to heal you with 7 points of hit points. Nothing happens. I cast Cure Wounds on Artisan. Nothing happens. And we quickly learn the nature of the curse that you two possess. Not
now.
good.
I'd like to note that the hit point maximum decreases by 10 for every 24 hours that elapses. The beauty of Mummy Rot is that it doesn't end, and I thought it probably would in 5e because 5e, but apparently not. So you guys are going to keep rotting until you die.
We gotta find some clerics.
The nearest one's in the Dale in Daggerdale.
And that field win half caster. If I was a cleric, I'd be able to cast remove curse already.
If you die, then you return to dust, and that means only true resurrection will bring you back.
Yeah, and since you can't regain hit points, if something sneezes on you, you're just dead.
Hmm.
So you keep losing hit points, or
You're losing maximum hit points. You don't lose hit points. You lose maximum hit points. And when your hit point maximum gets to 0, you are utterly destroyed.
Yes, flightless
So how much
has
time do we have?
4 days.
Are we within 4 days of a cleric?
Depends how
how
fast
long-
we move.
If we were to travel without rest, so through the day and the night, could we make it to Shadowdale within 4 days?
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, if you could travel through the day and the night, which is, I guess, possible, then yeah, you can.
I think force march might be more realistic.
Yeah, it is more realistic. It's about 4 days travel from here to Dagger Falls. That's assuming that again, you rest at night.
And there
So,
is what is it? The
yeah,
like Cleric of Lathander.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be our first
There's
call.
There's no priests in Shadowdale. Shadowdale's priests have all been unless you have you been to Shadowdale before? We have, haven't we? Of course we have. Yeah. So we would know that one of the priests was turned undead, and I don't think we ended up turned into a banshee. That's right. I don't think we cured her, did we? I don't think we.
No, I don't think so.
We didn't do that quest. And the other priest was taken by the Dark Elves. And so there's no priest in Shadowdale, and the only priest in Dagger Falls is only level 4. I don't think we can save these guys.
Well, I was going to entreat the aid of Elminster. I figure an archwizard would be.
Well, he's not a priest, but still.
Or we're technically still double agents. We can see if the Zentarum have any.
I wonder what price they'll extract from us.
I mean, we have a lot of adamantine.
Yeah, remove curse is a wizard spell.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh right, I thought it was.
The clerics and paladins have it, but it's also an arcane spell.
Right, I thought it was only wizards and clerics and paladins.
Yeah, the elements. Literally the one spell I don't have.
Yeah,
the one spell.
Would you like to buy a wish instead? Yeah.
So who's gonna die?
Hmm?
Who's got it? Flightless and Pyro?
Flightless and artisan, yeah.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
They can't regain hit points, and I think they have the hit points of like a wounded first level character at this point.
We
both have 3.
Less HP than the commoner.
Yeah, so yeah, they so much as fall over wrong and take D6 damage and they could die.
Yeah.
Both of us should probably have the Ouroboros thing on for the time being.
It'll take an hour to attune to it, but that's not a bad idea, but it will take an hour to attune to it.
Yeah.
I'd definitely hand off mine to whoever wanted it.
And then Isabella had the other one, so I'll just, I guess, take that.
Yeah, so the clock, we will need to, hours count this time, so we will need to start a clock basically. Do we want to begin by attuning to the Ouroboroses?
Can you do that on the road?
You'll need to do it during a short rest.
What do the Ouroboroses do?
They
+1
increase
AC
all of our
and
saving throws and +1 AC, yeah.
And advantage on advantage on spell saves, I think.
Yeah, spell saves.
Yeah.
So it's not much, but that 1 AC could be the difference between life and death.
I guess we take the 1 hour and then we head off.
Yeah, I think 1 hour just to get our wits about us, collect up the loot that we've got, and get the hell out of here.
All right. Now this is obviously quite important. How we carry the loot. First of all, the weight. Second of all, where we put it. Third of all, does it slow us down? So I might go AFK again. I'll have my headphones on so I can hear what you guys are talking about, but I won't talk myself for a few minutes. But not even calculating this stuff, since this stuff generally looks like it's not that heavy. Leather belts, marble figurines, pewter flasks. Maybe they weigh a pound. Maybe they even weigh 5 pounds. But that's not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, so work out if you're able to carry it, and if so, if it slows you down at all, and if even in terms of weight, we're still able to carry it. You're still going to have to work out the logistics of how you're carrying it, because I don't think that we could possibly take everything that we've got, but I might be wrong. So I'll be listening in.
So I can dump my bags because we can return. Because I guess we would still have an ally here. But
no ally. This stuff's gonna get looted as soon as we leave. Unless we can put it
I'm
up
going to arcane lock everything on the way out. So
I was thinking, well, the people are tuning. Maybe the people aren't could gather all the wealth and just put it in that room that's guarded, and then we just only have to like leave all the wealth just in one room. Because that's an hour to just move all the stuff there.
Well, the entrance into this place, like, who knows the combination? Just us, right? So if we just close the door again, Zentarm can't get in.
And do an arcane lock, and then they definitely can't get in.
Yeah. Or you can't arcane lock it because the anti-magic field.
Well, I can arcane lock the door immediately after it.
Yeah, you can do that.
There's also for all the metal that we have, we can leave it here. We could put it in one of like this room that's right beside us, actually, if we wanted, and lock that up with an arcane lock because I still have a few.
Yeah, I think just leave all the loot because I think saving the players' lives is more important than the loot at the moment, and it should be safe behind because they still have to once they get there, they have to like get into the small portcullisade, pull the lever to open that door, and then open the portcullis. Even if they get through the first
and then
door,
they'll have to fight the two giants.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The thing
I
that
think
occurs
it's
to me,
pretty safe.
one thing that occurs to me is that when we leave, the Zentarm on the surface are going to want some sort of explanation. Like, we've been down here for quite some time, so we'll have to tell them what we encountered. So I'm thinking
Tell
if
them
we were
there's
to
some
fill
more
up,
powerful mummies down there that we need to go and get rid of some mummy rot before we deal with.
Yeah.
and
We
perhaps
could-
if we brought up like a bag or a satchel filled with some of this less valuable but still rather valuable stuff, and then like dump that at their feet and said, "Here, we found that down there." That might give them something to chew on while we leave. Well,
Does anybody
Yeah.
have problem with me putting on the dwarven plate?
no, I would say I wouldn't say so. I'm already wearing +1 full plate, so it's fine.
Do we want to give them some of the treasure that we found?
That's what I meant. If we give them some of it, just so they know that they're like, because it's going to be hard to convince them that we found nothing down there.
Yeah. Yeah, just in good faith, and tell them that there's still a lot down there, but we have mummy rot, and we need to go cure ourselves.
Yeah, we need to seek aid. And if we
Yeah.
tell them about some of the horrible creatures down here, that might dissuade them from trying to get down here themselves.
Yeah.
And we can even frame like we're closing the door to stop stuff coming out.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a good excuse. So we'll emerge. We'll be like, hey, we found some cool stuff, but we weren't able to check everything because we got cursed. We're going to close the door for your own protection. Here's some of the stuff that we found. We'll be back in a couple of days.
Curse free.
Yeah.
I'd say we can do like most of the like because we have a shit ton of money. We can give them like a few of the things worth over 1,000.
Yeah. I think about our 2 bags of holding are stuffed to the gills with mithril and adamantine. And I think there's nothing that we could replace it with that would be more valuable.
We could put it in the
So-
golem room. We got 2 golems protecting.
Yeah.
I kind of want to hold on to both of the bags though, because
Probably
that at
not.
least is worth more.
Worth far more. As I mentioned, the adamantine alone is like 600,000-700,000 gold. Just the adamantine.
Awesome.
And then there's a few 100,000 gold pieces worth of mithril as well.
Mm.
So all this loot, as nice as it is, it pales in comparison to the ore.
So we can just stuff some of our packs with it, head up, dump our packs out, be like, here's some of the stuff we found, there's more down there, but there's a lot more fighting to do. We will be back in a few days.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
So I guess what specifically would be handing off to them then?
Whatever we can carry up there realistically, I guess, that's not like ultra valuable. Like I wouldn't give them, say, the Grimoire of Alaris, because that's kind of like a one of a kind kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But something like a polished stone ring or a silver mirror with aquamarine set into it, can hand those off.
I feel like all this stuff too is good enough to enchant, so we can take that into account of what we want to keep.
Isabella still wants her share of the mithril and adamantine.
And how much did she say she wanted?
An equal share.
That's
Then
fair
have
enough.
some from the dragon.
Yeah, I think it's fair that each of us would get an equal share.
He wants equal to all of our things, so 50-50. We split 50 between all of us, and she gets 50 for herself.
I don't think any of us are going to be accepting that.
Yeah. And we can be like, motherfucker, we just fought some mummies. You weren't there.
Yeah.
Now, because you weren't there, we're dying, and now we gotta go stop ourselves from dying. You get 30 or some shit like that.
There could
If
be
you
an
need
How
army.
many of us are there?
If you need a priest, there is a priest in the Sandport, she tells you.
Hmm.
I would
Eleanor is
insist we could.
I mean, Eleanor is a Black Gauntlet wielder.
Or technically, even though I was quote unquote given that authority, I wouldn't actually in character wear the gauntlet or present myself as a Zentarum agent.
Even if it means saving your party members' lives?
Maybe in that circumstance.
What is it? Because
This might be one of those circumstances.
Slightest Narcissan are one shot from dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. The Sandfort is the closest way to remove the curse.
And we can be back in less than a day, pretty much, or a day or two.
There's going to be an army here when we get back. I guarantee it. They'll know that we've broken through.
So there's going to be a what?
An army here. We won't have access again.
Yeah, but like even if we just leave with the mithril and adamantine in our packs, we're still like the richest people in the Dales.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm saying whatever, but don't plan on being able to walk back in here with goblins and whatnot that's above. They're going to be reporting that we've cracked the case, and they'll bring in a different group to figure it out.
They don't know how far we've gotten in. They just know that we've gotten in. No, they haven't gone through.
What about that? The lady that just left, isn't she working for them?
Yeah, but she also doesn't tell them anything because she's trying to be the most powerful person in Zentarum.
Well, then this horde will make you the most powerful person in Zentarum.
True that.
What if we get to the Sandfort and Isabella just betrays us right there and then? Then we have an
Seeing
entire
as-
army just collapse down on us.
Seeing as she can't hear us, why don't we just offer her on our way out?
Also, either way, we have to go through the Sandfort because that's the way to Daggerford.
Yeah, that's the most
Should we
direct
sneak
way.
out of here, or should we go up through the way? We broke the passage that gave us the chlorine gas. So,
Yeah.
but is that a way to sneak out of here without the
There was
goblins
that
knowing
shaft.
about it?
Yeah, that shaft did go to the surface, didn't it? But it was closed at the top. If we could bust it open somehow, then we could get out without them even knowing that we've left.
There's no way up the shaft. Like you could. I mean, the rabbit can make it because she's got a climb speed. So it's not impossible. It's not impossible. but it is a sealed shaft up a 200-foot sheer surface. But there is one other way out of here as well.
What's that?
I was going to mention that. Yeah, there's the Underdark tunnel that leads to the Bright Blade Tombs on the other side of the mountains.
You could go through the Underdark.
Fuck that on 3 hit points.
Can I set up a climbing rope for the others to
you
follow
don't
me
know
up
what's
the
going to
tunnel?
happen.
Up the thing, I mean?
Potentially, yeah. Potentially you could set up a rope. It's still going to be pretty difficult because the rope is going to be hanging, sheer along the side of smooth wall, and as we mentioned, like there's actually no way out up through the roof. It was welded shut, so that means it could be open potentially, but it's currently, sealed to the point where not even fleas could fit through.
So is
It's
the
like
Underdark
a-
way going to save us any time?
Oh,
Well,
that is a point. That's a good point. Yeah, the Underdark means that we won't know how long it's going to take, because we haven't been through the Underdark tunnels, so we don't know if they twist and turn and wind backwards and forwards. We don't know if there are dark elves with a fortress only 3 miles away, or if the whole thing is completely clear. We don't know.
Go one day in one direction and then have to turn back.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah,
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So the only option is we approach
Oh,
the surface and hope they don't attack us as soon as we hit we're not ambushed as soon as we get to the garrison on top.
They haven't so far, and
Yeah, they
But
seem to
now-
respect, Isabella's
Isabella has-
authority.
Isabella could have easily turned on us.
It's true, she definitely could have.
the other
But
thing
he's
is, and this is, oh no, I probably shouldn't mention that. Yeah. Yeah. No, especially not since I said I probably shouldn't mention. I definitely won't now.
Alright.
thanks for that.
I guess the roundabout point that I can say is that you will remain vulnerable until you are safe. Yeah, it goes without
Yeah.
saying, but that is the truth. So I suppose you've got like a couple of options here. You can go through the Underdark, as we pointed out. We don't know how long it's going to take. We can we can go up the shaft. We don't know how to get out. We can try to sneak past the Sand Fort. The Sand Fort holds the only passage, the only pass that will lead to the Dales, so that's pretty damn hard. We can negotiate with the Zentarum. We know that they are a lawful evil agency who are bent on conquest. They are bent on the conquest of our homes, and this level of money is enough to make a nun betray her goddess. So, yeah, shit. Like, honestly, ironic that having just become the most richest people in the Dales, we've never been more vulnerable.
The only thing you got is what you're wearing.
Interesting. So we've got half an hour now before the session ends. So I'll let you again discuss what you want to do. Maybe vote on it, and perhaps even after you've voted on it, you discover that you can't do it anyway. Like you go upstairs and there's an army of devils waiting for you, or something like that. And we'll just spend half an hour discussing it. But anyway, them's the breaks. So yeah, discuss what you want to do. Work it out definitively. Be aware that even if you have worked it out definitively, it still might fall apart, and think real fucking hard, because you're about to lose the greatest treasure in the Dales and 2 player characters all in one fell swoop.
Mm-hmm.
How about your little sprite thing? Can that go do a quick recon of what's going on up surface if we get close?
Yeah, I
And
think
if we
it was
don't,
the first thing.
then we got to go through the Underdark and gamble.
Yeah.
Because I don't know,
First thing,
unless you guys want to survive, roll the dice and see if you survive a battle when you're almost on death's door.
I figure the first thing we've got to figure out is whose aid are we going to enlist to cure the curse? Is it either the Zentarum priest in the Sand Fort, who's closer, but that has its own share of problems, like demanding all of the stuff we found, or we could be betrayed, or who knows. Or we could seek the aid of Elminster, but he's much, much further away.
Hmm. Yeah, he's
But if we do
6 days away. Not even 4 days, but 6 days.
And if we do manage to make it to him, then we can keep all the stuff we found. But that has its own problems.
Dagwood is even an option, so I'll get rid of that list.
Yeah, the priest there isn't strong enough.
Unless she's leveled up somehow, and if she didn't do any adventuring, that wouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
And another order of business is: are we going to leave Isabella alive or not? Because technically, we can kill her, and I'd say we just pin her down under the head of the dragon and drop it on her until she dies.
Do we want to be evil? Is the question he's asking.
And also,
Yep.
I guess more pragmatically, she's the least. She's the one Zentan trusts the most.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she has plenty of incentive to betray us. She hasn't known us that long, and the fortune and power boost she'd get from betraying us is immeasurable.
I'd always lock her in the room with the golems, so we get back.
Yeah. And but the thing is, you also have been given a black gauntlet, which is like a very high honor. So if you walk out of here with a black gauntlet on, that's also a thing.
What's a black gauntlet?
It's like a holy symbol of Bane, symbol of office, like having an SS dagger, something like that.
I won't be wearing any of that.
Well, God, it's a really tough choice, isn't it?
It is. It is. Yeah,
Isabella really is a wild card that makes this a lot more difficult.
All I care about is I get a handful of baubles and of gems, and I put them in my pocket, and that's all in the plate mail. I'm ready to go. Happy with either direction, but I think we should recon the top.
Yeah. The reason I said we kill what's her name with the dragon's body is because if we do a circle of truth, we can honestly say that the dragon had bludgeoned her to death.
I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to do that in character there.
I'm a neutral good character, so it wouldn't be.
I'm lawful good, so I can't advocate the murder of Isabella on the off chance that she might betray us.
And it is a murder too. There's you make no mistake of that. It's certainly murder.
So we could perhaps
take a prisoner. Worse, I would say we could take her prisoner, tie her up, and make her march.
We could try a more diplomatic option. We could agree to her demand of 50% of everything.
I mean, wait, I thought an even split would be with a 5 of us, it wouldn't be a fifth of everything.
She's gonna try to influence that somehow.
There's 6 of us,
so making
be a 6.
Like that.
Yeah, because I think that wasn't her demand to get half of everything. So she'd take 50%, and then we'd split the remaining 50% between the rest of us. Because if that was her demand, then maybe if we agree to it, as terrible as that is, we are saving lives in the process. And she'll have less incentive to betray us. She's getting what she wants.
I was like, what was the actual deal, though? I suppose we can ask her. Was it a 6? That, because that would be a share? Or is she trying to get half of it, which is more than a share?
Her words were 50% of everything we find. Everything we have found and everything we find.
Okay.
So if we have 1 million gold, she'd get 500,000, and then we'd split the remaining 500,000 between the rest of us. That's what she wants.
Who's putting on the amulet of protections? There's 3 of them.
Amulet of protection.
There's 3 of them.
Isn't it what's in the thing? Each one had an
amulet. No. Each of the mummies had an amulet, whereas the chief mummy had the thing that prevents turning. So yeah. So there's two amulets of protection. Yeah. They require attunement, for the record.
So that's my idea, that we give her what she wants, as unreasonable as it is.
How many gems were there?
quite a few. Like, assuming she doesn't betray us, then now that she has what she wants, her influence will make it much easier to get past the Sand Fort. As far as I'm aware, her allegiance is to herself, not the Zentarum. So she would much rather keep all that stuff she found rather than hand it off to her superiors, if I understand her right. So it would be in her best interests not to share what she's found with her superiors. So
And I can.
Let us walk out of here.
Yeah, so I think we give her what she wants. She uses her authority to get us out of here. If we encounter trouble getting past the Sand Fort, her authority will help there as well. And then it's a pretty lengthy journey, but the Dales aren't too dangerous.
And I can also. Oh,
I was just going to say, we're going to use her authority. Can we just get the heal in the fort with her authority then, rather than
Yeah.
go past it?
My only concern is that the priest might ask prying questions and things could fall apart if they start to get wind of the haul that we've collected.
Flightless can't really answer questions though.
yeah. Artisan can pretend to be mute. They've never heard him speak. He's a fucking robot and we are in the Dale lands, so they probably want to take a second and look at it.
Well, it'd be Isabella who does all the talking. She has been doing all the talking so far.
Hmm.
So yeah, that.
We
I mean, would
also
the two
have
of you?
stuff in Isabella. Like she directly helped us in like killing the beholder and the priests.
Exactly.
Like, this blackmail isn't just one way. Like we can kill her, we can destroy her too if we reveal that there wasn't like an insurrection of the priests and the beholder.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So that if we give her what she wants, then she's got no reason to turn on us. She's should be more than happy to remain our ally.
A little bit of mutual blackmail.
Yeah. Although that I do wonder something. In terms of morality, how do the two of you feel having an evil priest heal you?
Artisan's neutral, so he'd
Artisan
just
doesn't
go
mind.
with it. Yeah.
I mean, Flightless has people he needs to help, so like he's like willing to take that risk.
All right then. So it sounds like the plan is to pacify any chance of Isabella betraying us by giving her what she wants, which is unreasonable, but people's lives are at stake here. And then we use her authority to get up through the garrison up top, head to the Sand Fort. She asks for healing from the priest, and I guess we see what happens from there.
And what happens if there's an army waiting and she just wants it all? Do we come back down here and go through the...
I can also, because I'm one of the only people in the world here apparently that can do this, even in character, she avidly wanted a marvelous invention.
Yeah, that's true.
I can offer to make her a marvelous invention of adamantine once we get back.
Yeah, so I think we've got plenty of reasons to have Isabella, stay on our side and not betray us.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that the plan then? We're going to go to the Sand Fort and have her requisition aid from the priest?
I'm fine with it.
And Elminster is unreliable, to say the least. Like we might get there, and how much aid he might be able to provide us is completely unknown. He might have already left.
It's true. I hate to say it, but you're right. The priests at the Sand Fort are our best bet of removing the curse.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as the two of you don't mind receiving their aid, then off we go, I suppose. With little time to waste.
Will Morg be going with us for this? Because I know
Yeah, I'm helping out.
Okay.
Topping, could I roll those gems because I was hoping to like just take them all and like pretend that I didn't find them. Well, to Isabel's face, not to other parties.
Okay. What gems are they?
Gems worth 1,000 gold each.
Oh, you mean like the jewels and stuff that the
Yeah.
mummies were wearing? Yeah, absolutely.
So like during the hour, I would have been like collecting those.
Sure thing.
And what was that? What was the whatever of protection? Was it basically a ring of protection?
Amulet.
What is the difference between the amulet and the ring?
Necklace. There's no difference, but one of them
Okay.
is one of them
Ah,
you
really?
hang around your neck, and it's really big and chunky. That's it's. But yeah.
If y'all want us to have that for the time being, and then we can talk about more strategically splitting it once we actually have more than 3 hit points. Me and what's his name?
You should have it. Absolutely.
Lightly. And
I
what
put
is
on
the? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said I just put on the Dwarven plate and took a handful of gems. That's it.
Beautiful.
Was there any more Dwarven plate?
No. Everything else has begun to rust. Like yeah. So the short answer is no. It's all rusty.
Can you wear it?
Sort of. You can. Its armor class is not as good as plate mail though. And you could possibly give yourself tetanus. So yeah, it's good for skeletons, possibly good for minions, but it wouldn't be as good as say a suit of full plate that you might buy at the market.
So we don't want the King's Dwarven plate?
Oh no, you're wearing that. Yeah, you can have that. No, yeah. So sorry to didn't understand the question. The stuff that you put on, which is the Priest King's full plate, that's perfectly fine. But any other suit of armor that we might have found is non-functional, more or less, ornamental, basically.
Well, little raise artisans. Can artisan wear Dwarven plate, or am I the only one?
He's too big for dwarven plate because he's not a dwarf. So yeah, no, it's too big.
I think
Bad.
in later levels I can, but not right now.
You'd also need to shrink. It's like suited for someone who's 4'8" tall, not 6'8".
The thing says no matter what your race or whatever requirements don't matter.
In my games, that's a silly fifth edition rule. Yeah. Like the idea that a halfling can wear ogre size full plate to me is just ridiculous. Yeah.
Cool.
It can be modified in general. It can be modified like with a forge, but if it's magical, then it generally cannot.
Well, play to be a dwarf here.
Yeah. It's good to be a dwarf raiding a dwarven tomb, which, and again, in my mind, makes a lot of sense.
All right, so we roll the dice, gentlemen. Head up.
I guess we can also do the discussion with what's her name.
You went up
And
and got air.
what did she say? Well, she waited down here for us because I said 30. She was like, none.
Well, so you thought, but when you exit the thing, you find that she is indeed gone.
Does it look like she took anything?
If it was portable, she might have, but like she didn't strip the adamantine dragon, for example. So I think the short answer is no, because we hadn't found any jewels and stuff by then. Yeah, does that change our strategy in any way?
I will be sending my thing up to see what she's doing.
Alright, is your thing invisible?
No. Does anyone have the ability to do that? To turn it invisible? If not, I can, if we want to... Is it a short rest or a long rest to switch your spell slots?
Long rest.
Long rest? Aw.
I mean, I could stealth up there and have a quick look. I've got quite good stealth. Have a spy on what they're doing.
Waiting for us as soon as we go up to the next level.
I could just scout ahead of the party with pass without trace, and then that'd be quite hard to detect. See what they're doing.
Why don't you do that? Take the little imp with you.
I will do that then.
Alright. So the party is going up the elevator, up to the level that has the main gate, through the magical or anti-magical gate, and we'll send... Yep.
Are we doing it, or is it just two?
Yeah, that's what... yeah, I wasn't sure if Finnick's going up by himself, or if he's just going up a little bit ahead of the party. I guess that's what I'm trying to establish.
Yeah, why don't Finnick go up by himself and we wait by the elevator shaft for you to come back?
Are you going to wait on the top floor or the bottom floor of the elevator shaft?
We'll wait down here, so if we need to go to the Underdark, we have the advantage as long as we're on this floor. As soon as we move up an elevator shaft, we've lost that.
I have a... Will the
I'm
anti-magic field suppress the curse?
It's a good question.
Unless one of you can sneak up there, but we need a spy to get up to the top floor and check.
So I'm going to give the little servant to Finnick. I'm also going to give him 2 blocks with the word safe and not safe. And so he can touch the block for safe or not safe, and that's his way of communicating with Finnick. He can also understand your things, so if I tell him to listen to you, and you speak to him in common, he'll be able to listen to your instructions.
Okay, yep. So I head to the elevator and head up. Where is the elevator?
I'm going to have the thing fly up the elevator chain path, I guess, just to make sure that the top floor is clear.
Yeah, alright, so yeah, you established that the elevators are clear, and you guys are the only ones down here. Now, note that we haven't cleared out this bottom level yet. There are still rooms that we haven't been to, but I assume that we are not going to go to those other rooms. Is that right?
Yes, pretty much.
We have half-dead people. Unless we're walking away from the best magical weapons that we've ever talked about, but that's...
Which we might be.
We could always scout
E,
it.
what's behind door number 1? Or door number 2?
Yeah, we can always scout it, the homunculus, like we are, these top levels.
Remember, if we trigger an encounter with 2 party members, we're 3 party members down at the moment.
Yeah, I thought we were going for haste. To,
Because the homunculus is on the other side of the... If we're in the elevator room and the homunculus triggers an encounter on the other side of the map, we can still head up the elevator. It'll be fine.
It's in the lower levels that we haven't been to rooms in, because we've been to all the rooms in the upper and middle levels.
Alright, okay.
If you look at the map, it just looks like more of those little cells, so it just looks like it's probably just going to be fights. If it's the same as that skeleton room, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We can't take everything anyway, so we'll be coming back here, ideally. We'll be coming back
It's
here.
just more loot to give to Isabella that we can't take.
Fuck, it's not more loot. What are we going to do with this? That's a valid point.
Here's how I see you're coming down. We're going to be betrayed. We're going to have to go to the dwarves.
Is it cool if I head up the elevator?
Alright, so you head up the elevator. You head out the main doors. Although that's problematic, isn't it? Are we able to open the doors close after a period of time? They've closed this time. But they operate through levers, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the homunculus is the one who pulls them.
Right. So if the homunculus and the rabbit go, then they'll be able to get out because you can get out, and then you can get in because the homunculus, can he fit through the arrow slit? Did we determine that? No, he didn't. He needed to be shrunk down.
I think I will go with my dragon, and I'll leave the dragon in the room with the levers.
Brilliant.
That
works
just tell
well.
it to pull the levers for me.
Okay, that works well. Okay, I wanted to make sure that we could get back in again. That's what I was trying to make sure here. I didn't want to go, aha, gotcha. I didn't want it to be like a cheap trick that I could, use.
That's really funny when it's you lose a dagger, but like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flightless
Yeah.
eyes.
I'd be pretty fucking dirty if it happened to me. So, all right, go ahead and make a stealth roll then. You've made it up through the anti-magic door. Presumably, you're going to have to reopen the anti-magic door by re-entering the riddle code. So, hopefully, you remember what the riddle is. 30 is great. Okay, 30's going to be fine. So. Now make a perception check to see if you can listen into the conversations without, having to put yourself into any particular danger. Yeah, that's great as well. Done and done and done and done and done. Isabella tells the R-Dragon that or the R-Dragon says the hobgoblins have been dispatched. She says, good. The forces of the Sandfort will be here in no time. The amount of adamantine down there is enough to rebuild the entire city of Zental Keep. We will be elevated to any position that we ask. We might be invited to go and serve on the Council of the Raven, in the Citadel of the Raven, for all that we have done here. This will be the amount of haul that we are getting from this complex may be greater than the amount of loot that they plunder from the city of Hillsfar. This changes everything. Do you want to know more?
Yeah, I keep listening.
All right. She says it will probably take about a day for the hobgoblin to get to the Sandfort and for them to mobilize their forces and for them to get here. She suspects that they won't bring more than half the army, since the Sandfort itself has lots of spices and other valuables. They can't just leave them there unguarded. So she suspects that half of the Sandfort's forces will be dispatched to this position within a day. She's not sure if that's going to be enough time because it all depends on whether the party, namely you guys, long rest down there if you need to recover your wounds. Then they're likely to, and that's what she suspects that you will, that you'll sit down there and rejuvenate and regenerate on the anticipation that maybe they will be betrayed by us up here in the Zentarum when they get up. So she expects that you guys are going to take your time, spend as long as you can gathering up every last coin, and then traveling up here at full health. But if they don't spend that time down there, then she can't see how the forces of the Sandfort are going to make it here in time. That said, because there's only one way over the mountain pass, there's only one practical way, whether the army meets them here at the top of the mines, or whether they meet them at the Sandfort, or whether they meet them halfway in between while the army is mobilizing, she can't see an obvious scenario where they're not going to be seen by the army. The one scenario that she does envision is they might use invisibility, or they might fly, or they might go up into the mountains and somehow evade. It's a lot easier for 5 people to evade an army than it is for an army to evade 5 people. So it's entirely possible, not likely, but entirely possible that you could depart this Tethyamar mine and then somehow maybe go into the Anarok Desert, perhaps, and take a detour into the desert. And while the army is force marching along the edge of the mountain pass to get here, you're out in the desert and you basically do a big horseshoe-shaped diversion going around the army. Then you'll get to the Sandfort and up the ledge. In which case, you'll only have to face half of the army. So whichever way she looks at it, it's not ideal for the Zentarum, but it's still heavily weighed in their favour. That in one instance, you take too long and you get up there and there's already a half army waiting for you at the top of Tethyamar. In the next instance, You follow the mountain pass in order to try to make a run for the mountain pass, and half the army encounters you along the way. In the third instance, you go all the way around a big U-turn, a horseshoe, avoid the main army, and then run into the second army at the sand fort while you try to go up. And in the fourth instance, the least likely, is that you have some way to scale the mountains, to fly, to otherwise completely avoid not just the dispatched army, but also the sand fort. And then while you're crossing over the mountain pass, that's when they'll hit you. They'll. She's confident that if they only believe just a tenth of the value of the adamantine is here, if they just think it's worth 100,000 gold pieces rather than 1,000,000, then surely they will dispatch manticores and wyverns and other aerial units to come and hit you while you travel over the mountain pass. Because it's only like 30 feet wide in most parts. You'll be so exposed. It's a 500-foot drop down. It's a 200-foot climb up. It's a 30-foot wide mountain ledge. When you're in that sort of position, you can just be hammered by wizards and priests that are riding manticores, riding wyverns, and she doesn't really see a scenario where you won't be forced to surrender. She's not sure that the Zentaran can beat you, but she is sure that you can't beat them, and therefore you will be forced to negotiate from a position of weakness, and will have to bow to their decisions. There is, of course, one final option that she sees, besides teleportation, and she doesn't think that you have that capability, and that is the Underdark. And if they go through the Underdark, then we're fucked. We personally are fucked, because not only have we, the Zentarum lost all of this treasure, but they will be to blame. The better idea would have been to have never told anyone, and then because by telling the Zentarum, which he apparently already has done, they've already dispatched hobgoblins to go and inform the sand fort. By telling them, now if half an army turns up and you're not here, guess who's going to get her ass kicked?
Awesome. Looks like we're going to the Underdark.
Definitely does seem that way.
Maybe we'll find some gnomes, the friendly gnomes that'll heal you.
Maybe. We'll have to wait for Finnick to get back.
It's highly unlikely that it's going to be 4 days going through the Underdark. That needs to be emphasized. Yeah. That's.
I didn't speculate earlier, but I have a high Arcana. Could I do an Arcana check to know if the anti-magic field would suppress a curse like this?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make the check. Yeah.
You can have guidance.
21.
Probably not, but if it does, it's likely to merely suppress it, so as long as you're in the anti-magic field, it won't advance any further. That's entirely a possibility. But as we've already seen with our own organic magical creatures, like the Warforged, now that it's a biological issue, a Warforged, he's no longer a magical thing. It's probably the same with the curse. Now that the curse is already infecting you, the best you can probably hope for is suppression, but it's just as likely that doesn't affect it anyway. Put it this way, lycanthropy is a curse, same as mummy rot. They are often put in the same category. Do you think, and this is a question, it's not, I'm not trying to make you feel stupid by any means. Do you think that a lycanthrope has their lycanthropy suppressed or cancelled or whatever when they go through the magic field? Do they stop being a werewolf?
So, because there's like two types of lycanthropy, isn't there? There's like the actual disease and then a magical one, I think.
Absolutely, that's you're right. But whichever way you look at it, it's still a curse, and mummy rot is still a curse. So lycanthropy and mummy rot are often categorized together as magical curses. So if you think that the anti-magic field would prevent, say, transformation, for example, if it would force a werewolf either back into human form or whatever, then that's probably your answer in regard to mummy rot. And if you think that it wouldn't, then that's probably your answer. It's not exact science, but but that might give you as players some concept of the
I
likelihood.
suppose some law is that that because anti-magic fields like sort of kill the weave in the area. So if the mummy rot like requires the weave to function, then it would turn it off. But if it's like just a disease, it wouldn't.
Yeah, and that's an accurate description. So does mummy rot need the weave to function? And we don't know. We don't know. So even with a roll of a 21, the answer is we don't know.
What about with a 24?
With a 24, still not enough. Yeah.
So the thing is, they want to just stop us before we get away with most of the loot. That's what it sounds like. They didn't mention outright killing us if we walked out.
But they know.
They wouldn't have the strength to kill you if you walked out. Like there's one R-Dragon, there's Isabella. The hobgoblins have basically been dispatched, and there weren't many of them. The mage had already gone, so there's no way they could stop you.
They're gonna kill us when they find us, because if an army knew that a party that wasn't aligned with them knew where their main money source was, and that they had the means to field an army to take over, that's a liability, and you'd be killed just from a risk management perspective.
For what they know, we are in line with them. We've been in their camps as allies. We came here.
Isabella could have told them that that's not the case.
There's a paladin in here that is good. They know that you're not evil creatures.
But that paladin has also been converted to Bane.
I haven't. My soul belongs to Bane, but my religion and deity is still Seamorph.
You personally, that's how you feel, yeah, but like you've been converted in the circle of truth or whatever it is. They claimed you had been converted. You were offered the Black Gauntlet.
I'm going on mute again, but I'll still be listening.
Okay, true, but I haven't kept that up, and me and Isabella butt heads a couple of times.
We can also talk to Isabella and be like, we have dirt on you, you have dirt on us, everyone keeps quiet, and we're good.
You're not
Plus, we can give 50% of the spoils to them.
As it's going, they're getting all of it.
As it's going, they're waiting for the army to then be like, yeah, we have the army, give it all.
If we get caught by the army, the best we can...
treasure and have mean Artisan survive, the only way I think that happens is if me and Artisan stay here and get captured, and then they will either have to kill us or let us die, or let us die or heal us, and then you guys go through the Underdark if you want to keep treasure.
True, but that would split the party.
I think that's a good... I mean, that's a plan.
If me and Artisan go into the Underdark, we will die. Like that's it.
Yeah.
The plan is you could say we gave you all of this. We cleared this, and they left because they didn't trust all the treasures here. So you could sacrifice yourselves, but they would never allow. I don't know. I don't trust.
Yeah, I don't know, because
I don't trust an evil army. An evil army will kill you in a whim. A good army would kill you in a whim or put you in a dungeon until.
But the Underdark, we die. No questions.
Well, I figure
but there's also...
Go
ahead.
Oh, well, I figure if you stay here and get captured, your characters are effectively dead. Because you'll have to make new characters, and we might not hear from you two for a long time.
Motivation to stay alive.
True. But
you're going to be fighting off an army, racing to get... fighting an army that's chasing you is going to... You can't be stealthy and make it in a timely fashion somewhere.
There could also... Go ahead.
There could be something in the Underdark that could save you. There could be nothing in the Underdark, but we could go up and face an army and be killed by just an onslaught of or be taken captured and thrown in a dungeon. In best case scenario, tortured and put in
The only place that we know that we can make it to for 100% fact that would be able to heal this curse is the Sand Fort. Everywhere else is either too far away or not reliable enough.
Sandfort's going to kill you. Unless they're going to torture you and then kill you. So they might cure the curse and then torture you and then cure you, but we don't have any rogues to sneak in and get you out. So
I guess you have to choose the lesser of the two evils then. Either take your chances with the Underdark or take your chances with the Zentarum. Either way, your odds of survival are very slim.
I feel like, because the thing is with Artisan, which Isabella and I'm sure like anyone who would be able to be asked, Artisan is probably one of the best crafters in this region of the world right now. And the Zentarum would probably want that.
yeah,
they've
lock
got
you up
plenty.
here and make.
They've got plenty.
mythical property.
They've got plenty of reason to keep you alive, but I don't really know why they would keep Flightless alive.
Flightless, I could also voice that he's my assistant. And he's
If you could convince them of that,
Because
then they might keep him alive.
They did keep that the gnome alive because he was potentially useful.
True. I guess they could keep you alive for your skill set, but they'd also probably interrogate you as to where we went because we're headed to the Brightblade tomb specifically because that's where the tunnel would lead to if we could find the right passages.
We can say that when we were cursed, y'all left us for dead. We were just a machine from a gone age and a slave bird.
What if they zone of truth you?
Flightless.
You did leave us for dead.
They're going to torture Flightless regardless until he tells them the truth. So they're going to put pains on him to the end, even if they save him, and then he's going to tell. And so they'll know, and the best chance that you guys have is it keeps you both alive, and this becomes your dungeon, and you're a slave to making weapons and armor out of the endless mithril in this.
I guess that's true. That even if the priests do decide not to kill you and they heal your curse, you're now slaves.
He's been a slave before.
True, but do you want to return to that life? Would you rather die?
Like you're gonna get tortured.
He's got duties that I mean, if he dies, there's a 0% chance he can save the people he needs to.
Well, if Carrick as a Flightless rather as a character believes that that's his greater chance of survival, then I'm not going to stand in his way. But I would insist that he come with us through the Underdark. If he chooses not to, then there's not much I can do about that.
The thing is, the second we get ambushed, we're dead. Which will happen in the Underdark.
Either way, you're gonna get ambushed fighting a wizard on a wyvern, or you're gonna get ambushed in the Underdark. But that's, or we could run into abandoned gnomes and be saved.
Or, I know it's out there, we could just give them all the treasure and leave.
Yeah, but what if they... Yeah,
That's
you
never
know
gonna
what?
happen.
Because they just
That's
want
true.
the treasure.
Yeah, that's
I'd
true.
From what I see of Isabella, she's not a murder hobo, so she'd probably just want the treasure, and then we could just part ways.
But her people will never if they're building an army and they've got this treasure, this becomes one of the biggest.
But from what she said, they're bringing the army so that they can weigh the army honors for to have the strongest arguing point. So they're not there bringing the army to kill us. They're bringing it to be like, look, we have all this army. Just give us all the stuff or die. It's not like we're here to kill you.
This is a top secret thing, building an army like this
still
too.
members of the Zentarum.
And it's also not a secret. The world knows that the Zentarum have occupied Tethyamar and they've been trying to get in. They've probably come to the terms that the world probably has it that the Zentarum would one day be able to achieve it, and no one's going to be able to stop them.
No one knows what the treasures of time are. Like that's just now it's confirmed. I would say, from a tactical perspective, as a soldier and an officer, they would torture everybody, and at best case, they lock us up.
So do soldiers torture, like, do armies torture their own soldiers, like, regularly? Is that a thing that happens?
Yeah, lawful evil, absolutely. Look at the Drow stuff. Like, if you lost a
Drow
like,
chaotic evil, not lawful evil.
yeah, but this is the same thing. I mean, it's an evil army that if you lost, you were the sole survivor of a platoon, you would, or like a scouting mission, they torture you to near death to make sure that you didn't, do something nefarious. So, like, I don't know, the Drow society is chaotic evil, but it's also lawful evil created. I mean, run, but I would say that any army would, best case is the army locks you up.
Not
You're either gonna
necessarily.
go in there and fight- I don't know. Vogue is thinking that his best chance is the Underdark, or fighting up there alone, but that's. I'm not going to turn over to the Zentarum.
Y'all don't have to. I think the best chances for character survival for Artisan and Flightless is to go over to them. And we have served as Zentarum agents, so they may very well just let us have more reign. Free reign,
I think Lady Eleanor and Moog would probably make a break through the Underdark. And the rest, you could have been like, they tried to leave, they left, we couldn't stop them,
I mean, we can't stop you.
Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is that
and then
if we,
you guys can play your agent stuff and see how well that goes for you.
well,
But
the thing
I don't
is
think
that
there's a case that Moog or Eleanor are going to make it out, but definitely not Moog, because they'll put the grindstone on everybody.
well, the
Minimum
thing that-
torture. Isn't it?
yeah, the thing that worries me is that out of character, unless we all choose to go the same way, then at least half of the party are rolling new characters.
I'm kind of fine with rolling a new character if I have to. In fact, I already have the plans for it to be a gnome who wanted to meet Artisan. Because he's a cracker too. So it'd just be re-rolling Artisan as a gnome, pretty much.
Because I think Finnick is the tiebreaker at the moment. Like, what would you want to do?
The way Finnick, I'm a lawful good, so I don't see leaving a dying party member. I think I'm just going to stay with the party members that are dying and take my chances with them.
Fair enough.
Because it doesn't matter my own character dies as long as I die trying to save a fellow party member, rather than save my own skin.
Then that's two of our other party members going into the Underdark together. That's also...
Well, they have a chance of making it. Artisan has a chance of becoming a slave. But that's if you want to become a slave to that army. That's a call that you need to make.
Well, I'm not a slave right now, and I've been through their camps and done that.
But I'm just saying
they know how my skills are, and I'm still a free robot.
Well, true, but the rest of the party might not be afforded the same fate. Like Moog and Eleanor aren't going to bow to the heel of the Zentarum, and they'll likely be executed as a result.
Yeah, I'm fine with we going separate ways, and they would probably believe that they left an old machine and a slave bird, because that's what they would do. Probably.
Finnick does make a good point though, which is like in character, I don't think I could really abandon Flightless either. As much as I really would, as much as I think that going to the Zentarum is suicidal.
The only thing he knows of the Underdark is what the Bedine women tell him. Is like, if you go in the Underdark, you die.
It's not.
Yeah.
Either you die or you submit to like a more powerful force for a time.
That
seems to be the same as surrendering to the Zentarum.
The walking through the Underdark is like walking through a forest, but just with worse creatures that are out there. As long as you have strength in numbers And you don't
Yeah, we
walk
don't have
upon.
that, though.
But if we have more than two, then we'd be fine. If we
We do
had
have
two,
another.
Realistically,
We do have
we
another
three.
advantage. Yeah, we do have another advantage going through the Underdark, and that is that unlike trying to evade the army on the surface, no one is looking for us down there.
But
there's no active search parties
well,
specifically
the
looking
it'll
for
take
us.
more than 4 days, and that's the time I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's why
Well,
leaving you to be captured to be healed isn't leaving you to die.
yeah.
And plus, we have a way in. If we map the Underdark, we can always come back in through the Underdark and make a jailbreak. Because there's, in my mind, this is going to be where you're at, next to the Molten Lava Forge with all the mithril and making stuff.
Yeah. And as it stands, this is pretty much the only way that Artisan and Flightless will live. It's more of what is the rest of the party going to do.
Yeah, because it seems like the two of them are dead set on doing that. So we're going to have to decide what we're going to do in response.
Between Death and Zentarm, you picked the Zentarm then as well.
Yeah, true.
Plus, so there's a chance that we don't have to re-roll our characters. We might be able to work out a way to reunite.
Not within one session, though, surely.
Yeah, but, you know.
Oh man, it's a difficult position. We're so split on this. Luckily, it is time, so we have all week to think about it.
We can also put it to a vote if y'all want.
Well, it's pretty clear that the two of you are going to choose to be captured in order to have the curse lifted, and then hope that you get enslaved rather than executed. So it's more of a question of what the rest of us are going to do, I suppose.
It's also more of a character without dark vision. I'm not really that happy to go into the Underdark. That's just a death sentence for me, because I won't be able to see anything.
He's been there before, like 3 sessions of just nothing.
Yeah, I've played an Underdark with no dark vision, and it is just walking through a pitch black screen for 3 sessions. Yeah, good.
Does Eleanor or Mulg have dark vision?
Yeah.
You can. I'll give you a transfusion for the goggles of night. So you will have dark vision. And you guys can have the 2 bags of holding that I have. So you can walk away with 500 pounds of mithril and 500 pounds of adamantine.
Sweet.
Because
we all go out.
We just go out in a blaze of glory.
Out on top, go out swinging.
The one thing with that is if they kill me, the bags will just disintegrate and you'll just have 500 pounds of each metal just sitting in the Underdark.
Yeah. At least we'll know if you were executed or not.
Yeah.
If the bags just suddenly disappear.
And all of a sudden, Fennec's just like, I can't see!
Man, it's rough.
We'll go out fighting and take the thing right now and raid. And kill everybody up top, and you guys come back and see how far we can get, and then we make a break for it.
I don't think Kyle could have left the campaign at a worse time.
No.
Right?
So what was the closest settlement?
Daggerfall is the Daggerford is not Daggerford.
Yeah. I don't think we would be in this situation right now if we didn't have a player that was in a Zentarum, and now that we don't, we're fucked.
Yeah. Oh man.
Like I would not walk into a Zentarum fort, or Zentarum controlled Tethyamar mines without a player who's on our side that's on their side.
Yeah, really threw a wrench in the works there.
Yeah.
Moog's a mountain dwarf. He can be a guide through the mines. I mean, the Underdark. It's no different than walking through a mountain.
They're not gonna go that way though. They're pretty dead set. I don't think we're gonna be able to change their
It's
mind.
going to take on more than 4 days, and the one time you went in, you found wizards, evil wizards.
What if we go in and we find out gnome an establishment or a mining clan, and they bring us back, and we able to communicate, and then so there's not just bad
There's
guys
not
in
going to
the.
be anything good that way, because if
Yeah.
anything good was that way, they would have had this way into Tethyamar.
I suppose there is
You don't
one
know.
other alternative, which is just as dangerous and just as likely to fail.
Or we could go out swinging on top, singing everybody that attacks us, and then hope you guys don't take an arrow, or a wyvern tail, or something, or the cart breaks and you fall off a horse and die, or I mean,
Well, I
the
figure
odds are very low. So I think there isn't a chance. I think the only chance we have to get you guys back is if because this is where you're going to be, and if we leave out of that tunnel, out of the Underdark, we could come back, and we could come back and get you. And we can make a break and break the wall down and sneak you out, or raid this bottom part and figure it out. That's Mo's got two. He's either gonna go out swinging on top if that's what we choose, or I'm gonna go through the Underdark solo. But
Yeah,
That
anybody
could
else?
be the plan, or because they would most likely have me at the forge down there.
And plus, even if we
Yeah.
escape, let's say we get up there, kill all the hobgoblins, the Ard Dragon, and Isabella, we can't go through the
We have an
Sandfall.
army. Yeah.
No.
So then we'll just have to hope to run into the right type of person in 4 days, walking through the wilderness.
Well, if I can, this is pretty meta, but I might as well throw it out there anyway. If I can gain 2 levels in that 4 days, then I'll be able to cast Remove Curse.
How far away is the Sandfort, days-wise?
Less than 1.
So how about, because the Zentarum don't really know me too well, right?
Mm.
Because I could always go to the Zentarum and spend the 3,000 gold I have on me on remove curse potions and then come back. And sneak my way back in.
They'd probably just take your money and kick you out.
Because they are traders, they're not just
The
outright
Zentarum are
thieves.
traders.
Mm.
Do they just sell Remove Curse potions, though? It'd be awfully convenient.
Well,
Or scrolls.
if you kill Isabella, then and everybody up on top when we go up there, then we'll cut off the head essentially of when the party gets there of where we went. And so we have, roll the dice and see if we can get somewhere in 4 days and randomly go in a direction that they won't. But as soon as they get on our trail, they'll be.
Well, if we're going to go in a random direction and the odds of encountering somebody are really slim, I feel like the Underdark is just as valid an option.
Plus, if you go into the desert and you run into... Because the Badin do not like us. They'll kill us just... they're more likely to kill us than the Zentarum.
And we got attacked by a dragon out there in the desert, if you remember, snapping at us from underneath the sand.
Yeah.
We don't. It's pretty clear that we don't have good options. Nothing we can choose is good. We just have to choose what's the least bad.
Glorious.
Because I know for one thing is that I don't want all this mithril and adamantine falling into the hands of the Zentarum. They're already a powerful organization to begin with. And with this much wealth and raw materials, it will supercharge their conquest of the Dales. Whereas meanwhile, if we can get out with it, then we can build an army to oppose them.
Or we can just throw it all into the magma.
Very wasteful, but better than it falling into their hands, I guess.
But we can only carry 500 pounds, unless Y'all wanted
£1,000,
to.
you got two banks.
But that's 500 pounds of adamantine and 500 pounds of mithril.
Yeah.
Do you want 1,000 pounds of adamantine, or do you want to keep it 50-50 like that?
Well, where's the other 500 pounds of adamantine coming from?
The dragon.
It'll take time to pry all that adamantine off the dragon.
Yeah.
Can we see what Isabel wants?
I think it's pretty obvious what she wants from what
I mean,
we
like
overheard.
how much of the treasure she wants to let us leave? To just let us leave.
All of it, I'd imagine.
If she knows how much there is, she saw it.
She already sent word to the Sandfort to send half an army down here to force us to hand it over, under pain of death.
Yeah, but I suppose still no treasure and being alive is better than dead.
But the thing is, though, I don't think they're gonna spare us. Honestly, like I think death is like pretty death for most of us, and for those of us with really good skill sets like artisan, enslavement, and it would be the same as a TPK.
I think the best chance of everyone but Carrick and not Carrick, Flightless and Artisan to get out alive is to go through the Underdark while we go to them. And there's a chance that we might not be enslaved.
There's also a
Or
chance you might not die in the Underdark. Like if the three of us fight tooth and nail to defend you, you might survive. I don't know, maybe.
It'll take more than 4 days.
yeah.
It will.
I mean, the thing is, if we level up at the end of the session, like I will get an extra day.
True. And the Underdark is an uncharted, winding place that we might find a passage that we didn't even realize existed. That might take us to the surface swifter than we expected.
Because there won't be a passage to the surface because someone else would have found it. Because it would be an easy way into Tethyamar.
True. I meant like after a few days of looking, we might find a passage closer than the one that leads to the Brightblade tombs and get to the surface quicker than we anticipated.
Where's a map for the thing? Let's see.
For what? The Dales?
Yeah. Trying to.
Well, there's also another option: is there might be a cure for this in this dungeon. Still, there might be a potion of remove curse.
Yeah, this place was. Yeah,
if you three want to try clearing it out.
Yes, I figure this place was headed by a powerful priest, right? Who we've destroyed. What if he? I doubt it. It's seriously a long shot, and it'd be incredibly convenient. But what if there's perhaps some faded scrolls, like a scroll of remove curse or greater restoration, that might be able to lift it?
And if we go through the last two doors, then I mean, there's only 2 more rooms, right?
Maybe. I'm not sure how much of it's left.
Brightblade Tombs is also like a separate dungeon in itself, right?
Apparently, yeah. It's going to be much lower level than this in terms of meta, but it would still be dangerous if you only have 3 hit points.
Yeah, and we'd have to be going from the bottom of the dungeon up.
It's tough.
If the map is accurate, then the distance between Sandfort and Brightblade Tombs is pretty much the same. If you look at the Daggerdale map. So there could be that chance that we do get through, and we just keep stacking our magical shit so where our AC is out the ass.
Yes, None of these are good options.
They're awesome options. Except
So,
for being a slave.
Arctic would have to confirm that the map was accurate, but if it
I
is
don't think the map
accurate
is,
in
100%
dimensions,
accurate.
yeah. Because if Sandfort is a day away, then Brightblade Tunes would be a day away. But if it's not accurate, then no.
Yeah,
The
we do have a map of the Underdark.
The Underdark isn't a straight line.
No. It might take 2 days to get there when it would normally take 1.
It could take 7.
It could.
Mhm.
Arctic says none of them are accurate.
Oh.
The map of the Underdark that we got a while back, the one of the Brightblade Tombs path, is it obvious how long it would take to traverse that distance?
Brightblade's Tombs map is a very small map. It's not much. It's definitely not the full distance.
Ah,
And then the Underdark map doesn't have any. Or is that the upper dark map? I don't know what the upper dark map is. But there's no points of reference that we have.
I gotta admit, the main reason that I'm insistent on 2 of you coming with us through the Underdark, as dangerous as might be, is because, as I mentioned before, you'll essentially be rolling up new characters anyway.
Exactly. Or you'll be out until we can come back and rescue you.
Yeah.
If they don't kill you. Flightless is most likely going to be killed.
I don't want that to happen.
I could also try to insist that he's my assistant.
You going to try to Iron Man it, like in the movie? So you need to keep the doctor as the assistant.
Yep.
And also, I feel like if you go through the Underdark and you get killed, like, your fate is in your own hands. Whereas if you surrender to the Zentarum, whether or not you live or die is in their hands.
But even if we do get all the way, we won't have anyone that can cure our curse.
I know, it's tough. Fuck.
Gnomes are crafty.
True.
Yes, but that would be a random encounter, and that'd be 1 slot out of 100 that Arctic would have set up.
Well, that would be. I mean, I'm sure a gnome city is going to be somewhere down there. There's got to be gnomes. No miners. Or we could be like a wormhole as far as travel goes, and we roll the dice right in encounters, then we could just pop out and we'll be fast travel somewhere. It could be good
Arctic
stuff.
also said, though, that even if we go under the Underdark, we want to make it anywhere in 4 days.
He said you don't know you would.
Yeah, I think he said with like for definite we wouldn't make it anywhere.
Oh.
Just that there's a likelihood that we may not.
It might be best to leave it for the week and like think up the best possible things rather than just on the spot. Things are time for the next session.
It's possible to make it, just unlikely. Cool. Well, the guys that are going to have to roll the characters will just have to decide the fate.
Yeah, it's their characters that are on the line, so in the end the decision is up to them.
I'm comfortable if I have to make a new character. Roz re-enters the scene. So bitches.
I suppose then how would you prefer to lose your character? Being enslaved / executed by the Zentarum, or killed by who knows what in the Underdark?
I think Artisan would want the chance to continue his craft in character.
And you are neutral, aren't you? You don't really care if you're crafting as who you're working for, as long as you're crafting.
As long as he can make some of the greatest works of art in the form of metal the world has ever seen.
You're in the place to do that. There's no finer place to do that.
And
Yeah.
with the flightless, there are certain people in the Underdark that he needs to like rescue or get out somehow.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
I guess like he would be like if you like. I guess if you said you would go and like if he died, you would like carry it forth and like save them. Like, well, do your best.
If you told me about your mission, your pledge, then I'd definitely give you my word to carry it out. I suppose
I mean, it's not secrets. It's just like so he would definitely let you know. That's his reason for wanting to stay alive.
well then perhaps the best quote unquote option we have is we make a break for the through the Underdark to keep this vast amount of wealth from falling into the Zentarim's hands. The two of you surrender to the Zentarim, hopefully get cured of the curse, and offer your skills to stay alive in that time. The three of us, meanwhile, hopefully we make it to the other side.
Jake
And
had an
we
interesting
would-
idea with the portal.
With
If
the
we could
portal
like repurpose it to go to the Fae instead,
to the Feywild.
and then we might be able to find something there. That's at least the Feywild is chaotic neutral, I think.
I don't think any of us are skilled with Arcana, though. Like, if anybody was going to repurpose the portal, it would be Isabella, and she... Oh, you are, eh?
I have expertise.
In
Is that
Portal?
something that would even... Well, that's something that would even be possible.
It takes several days. I think you have to do it every day for a year to set up a portal to a different place.
Specific spell of this.
What was that last bit?
Yeah, if it's like, just the portal, like the teleportation circle spell. Yeah, I couldn't do that one.
I thought it was you had to do it every day for a year.
Yeah, you do. You just cast like circle of teleportation every day for a year.
And then you can travel through it.
I think you were talking about the portal up top, right? The one that was supposed to be let demons through. And to repurpose it, so instead of connecting to Avernus, it connects to the Feywild. I'm not even sure if that would be possible.
I think you'd have to write a completely new circle.
Perhaps an Arcana check, so we can see whether we can throw that idea out right away or not.
Well, here's what I recommend. With like this final thought is we clear the rest of this with a long shot that there might be some potion of reverse cure or something. Make a break and leave under the Underdark. And so we do that in a timely manner.
Yeah, I feel like if the two of you weren't cursed, then we would have gone through the Underdark. The decision
that
would have been
would've been
made
easy.
already.
So we've been down here for 2 hours now, since we got the curse. So if we have you three clear out the rest of the dungeon and see if there is a cure, because there's not much of the dungeon left. You can look at the map. See if there's a cure down there. If not, then we would probably go with the previous option, because that's probably the best in character. For mine, but Carrot can choose what he wants for his character. For my character, in character, the best for him would be a chance to continue his craft, and the only chance he can see is if he gets cured of his curse, and then they'd give him a job anyways. You know? And... Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, and if we can find a potion down here, I'm more than happy to go ahead and dive into the Underdark balls deep.
Sweet.
I'd love to check those last few rooms, but sadly we're gone over time by 40 minutes.
That's cool. That's our plan. Let's stick to it for next week.
So
Yeah.
Hopefully we
plan
level
is-
up.
with that cliffhanger, we will get back next week. Say goodbye to the internet.
Goodbye, internet.
Goodbye,
Christ.
internet.
Bye. And